Good morning. How was everyone's evening? Did we find Susan last night at the reception? I did see Susan on the way to work today, and she has 11 drink cards still available. 2 more, and there will be a baker's dozen. So find Susan. She does have the 13. There we go. Wow. I hope everyone had a night of reflection of what day one was. I would hate to imagine if anyone left this barn not feeling inspired and motivated and ready to be part of this community out in whatever space of the world you come from. As we mentioned yesterday, 6 countries represented inside the building, 38 states. I think the percentages were 85% women, about 15% men. Once again, thank you to our guys. If you are tuning in on the live stream, again, thank you to our partner Gainbridge for being behind us on that. I do know that the stats with that was pretty cool, seeing where everyone was tuning in as well. If you want to share with your friends and family where you are today, the live stream is on the Women in Motorsports North America website. It is also streaming live on YouTube. So welcome to day 2 for the Women's Shifting Drive Summit 3, driven by Mobile One. Today we're going to kick right into a keynote speech. I do want all of the drivers in the building, if you do have your hero cards, make sure that those are in the back. Registration. We want to make sure that everyone has their hands on those. Also, business cards, that toolbox is in front of you. Make sure that those are placed there. There is a bowl in the back to drop those as well, so you too can be part of Cindy Sisson's new wallpaper. We will be giving out gifts a little later as well. That is also the challenge to our students. Don't forget, if you think you have the most business cards, come see us by the end of the day. The WIMNA official merchandise is in the back as well, along with Crash Jewelry, a big supporter of the Women with Gears community, Women Shifting Gears community, and Women with Drive community. Make sure to stop by that as well. Who's ready for day 2? Awesome. First up, we're going to have our keynote that is focused on breaking limits with Bobby and Kristen Labonte. This is on the fortitude of a champion. As chief executive officers of Breaking Limits, established in 2007. The company integrates marketing, public relations, sponsorships, and events in a way designed to move consumers to action. Their team of experts bring a combined 125 years of experience across multiple platforms, including motorsports, college sports, minor league sports, baseball, cycling, youth sports, music, and entertainment, athletes, stadiums, and causes. Bobby was nominated for the NASCAR Hall of Fame in 2020 and named to NASCAR's Great Drivers List for the 75th anniversary of NASCAR this year. Started as a NASCAR Cup driver in 1991 and won the championship in 2000. Making his television debut in 2014 as a race analyst on NASCAR America, Bobby is now an analyst for Fox Sports, appearing on Race Hub and Race Day. Please welcome to the stage Kristen and Bobby Labonte.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us here. When Kristen told me that we were going to be here for the Women in Motorsports North America, I thought for sure I would be sitting out there and she would be speaking. So I'm going to tell you right now, this is definitely going to go on my resume.
No.
So wish me luck.
Yes, taking pictures of all the fans in their yards, waving to the crowd just like this, right in front of Bobby's face.
I thought for sure, I was like, how do I get a second fire truck? Because there's no way this is big enough for both of us, right? I need a spare fire truck, anybody, please.
Anyway, I'm quite the contrast to my level-headed teammate here, who is literally the king of cool. I mean, it's published, right? He's on the magazine cover. He is the king of cool. But we've learned a lot of the same lessons over the years, and the lessons that we've learned we use as the foundation in our business and actually in our marriage, too.
Yeah, so this is us on our first date about 9 or so years ago. We're in High Point, North Carolina. We finally get to meet. We have actually texted with each other, talked to each other on the phone like the day before this happened. And how did we get this photo?
So actually, the newspaper in our small town found out that we met on this exact park bench, and they did a story about us. So we didn't have paparazzi on our first date. This is from the newspaper article.
I forgot that we had to do this over again. But a funny side note is we have this park bench at our house. So we actually stole it from the city of High Point, and we have it. So I marked it. I was like, okay, so we have it. So yeah, so on this park bench, we talked for hours upon hours upon hours. And my friends, they were texting me saying, hey, do you need to be saved? Are you okay? Can we bring you some food? Do we need to help you? And we just kept talking and talking. We actually talked 2 nights on this park bench, right? That's why we have it. So anyway, but we realized, pretty soon that our parallel. For me, packing up on the weekends, going to a race, racing 500 miles. Kristen, she packed up. She would go for a race weekend herself as a cyclist. She trained 500 miles a week. So I'm like, wow, we're pretty comparable in that. And so anyway, so we just did that. Oh, by the way, we stayed at a lot of crappy hotels along the way. But so we realized we were made for each other. And that's why this park bench meant so much to us. So being our lives are very parallel. She's a champion, and what a woman she is.
So champions, let's talk about winning. So these photos are from a couple of your wins. Let's start with the 2000 Cup championship you won.
Yeah.
Will you tell us the story of what really happened? Tell us the real story.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, this story starts in 1999. I finished second to Dale Jarrett in the Winston Cup Championship, and I ended up at the Waldorf in New York City. He is drinking champagne, and I'm drinking sour milk. So, because I finished second. So, as the 2000 year started off, I was like, okay, we're going to be good. So sure enough, we were really competitive. We were fast. We were leading the points. We'd won some races, getting to the championship. So we get to the end of the year, and we get to Homestead. So Homestead is not the last race, as Atlanta is the last race. So all we had to do was have a good day. We're going to beat Dale Earnhardt Sr. So fortunately for us, we finished 4th. We won the championship. We celebrated. So what a great team effort. And we ended up doing media obligations, right? So we do media obligations throughout the afternoon, the evening. It's getting dark. We're the last ones to leave the racetrack. So how do we celebrate? Well, we've already done this, so we go home. So the Labonte family, we stop at a Wendy's drive-thru. That's how we did it. So we get to the Wendy's drive-thru, we order our food, we get to the airplane, we go home. So we get home, I get up the next morning, 7:30, I take my kids to school. In the drive-thru line, get the kids out, all right, go, go, go. I get there. So I call my friends. I'm like, hey, let's party. Let's do something, right? No, everybody's back to normal, So I call Coach Gibbs, and I'm like, what is the deal? And he said, the lesson here is about the journey. And I was like, I know, but I forgot. I forgot about the journey. I wanted the win. I got the win, and I thought we should just party the whole time. But it was really about the journey getting there and all 34 races to that point. I said, I get it. But a few weeks later, we did celebrate. We were in New York City. We ended up, obviously, we stayed at the Waldorf. We did the Letterman show. We did Regis and Kathy Lee. And then we ended up doing the stock exchange, went to the White House. And we had the B-52s play for us. So I didn't think about a journey. I just wanted to party like a rock star. So Kristen, you tell us about your championships.
Sure. So near the end of my pro cycling career, I was riding with a good friend of mine, Tom. And Tom owned a company that manufactured bicycle frames. And Tom had sent many men to world championships to race on his bike to gain exposure for the brand. So I'm riding with Tom, and I say, Tom, you should send me to Worlds. I think I could win a world championship on your frame. I can be the first woman to ever win a world championship on your bike. And he says to me, Kristen, those women over in Austria at Worlds, they are really big and strong. I don't think so. I thought to myself, come on, I was one of the best cyclists in the world at that time. Okay, I weighed $1.0. I was about that big, okay? But I was extremely powerful. And cycling is all about power to weight ratios. It's not about being big and strong. So the next day, I'm riding with Tom again, my friend, And I said, Tom, you need to send me. I can win. So I convince him. We load up all the bikes. We fly to Austria. My mom and dad go with me because they're convinced it's probably going to be the last time I race. We get to Austria. My first race is called a hill climb. I'm going to race 4 races while I'm there. The first one's the hill climb. The women, group of women, we start at the bottom of a mountain, race to the top. The first one at the top wins. Pretty simple, right? They say go. I race to the top. Guess what? I'm the first one across the top. There's Tom. He can't believe it. His jaw drops. I win. Yes. So I win race number 1. The second race is called a road race. The peloton starts in town. You go out into the mountains, climb. One by one, the women who can't keep up get dropped. I come back into town with this woman, this Italian woman who was actually quite scary to me. And the two of us have to sprint for the line, okay? So I sprint with everything I have. I'm going for it as hard as I can go. I'm scared she's going to put me in the barricades. I get to the line, I throw my bike, and I beat her by a nose. Win number 2. Woo! Awesome. So race number 3 is called the time trial. And the time trial is the race that I believed I could win. It was my specialty. It had been my specialty my entire career. You race one at a time. It's the race against the clock. You're out there all by yourself. So I crossed the line in the time trial, and I'm pretty happy with my ride, but now I have to wait. I have to wait for the other women to finish, to see what happens, see where I rank. And lo and behold, the last rider crosses, and I'm at the top of the leaderboard. Win number 3. Tom, of course, is beside himself. Not only did I win him 1 world championship, I won him 3. Race number 4, I did not win, which is probably okay. But for me, the real lesson in this experience is that Tom was my friend. I shouldn't have had to prove myself to him, but I did. And that's not the last time that I shouldn't have had to prove myself like that. It's going to happen again. And so that was a really good learning lesson for me.
So obviously when Kristen moved to North Carolina, I followed her a lot on the bicycle, and I can tell you why she won those races. So I never doubted her. I mean, obviously I know that she can do it, and she's a champion.
So obviously when we win, we've celebrated big, right? Bobby did all that celebrating in New York. In Austria, I can tell you we celebrated huge with Tom and my parents. But the fact of the matter is, in both of our careers as professional athletes, we actually lost a lot more than we won. When Bobby won the championship, he won 4 races that year, which was awesome, but he didn't win 29. And my career was about the same. I would win a handful of races each year, and the rest of the time, things just didn't go my way. And so as professional athletes, we've also had to learn to deal with loss and failure. And loss and failure can be a little bit difficult to deal with, to settle with. So for me, my process goes like this. I start with the pity party. It sucks to lose. When things don't go your way, it's disappointing, it's painful, and I just let myself kind of sit in those emotions for a little bit. Just feel it. Then I try to quickly move out of that phase and start to assess. What went wrong? Like, why didn't I win? Why didn't it go my way? What went right? And what could have I done differently to get the outcome that I wanted? Because I need to learn quickly, because I'm going to get right back out there and I'm going to go again.
So it's called fortitude. It's drive. Get back out there. And Kristen and I use this every day, whether it's behind a Zoom call, conference table, race car, bicycle. So we use this. It is really real life lessons that we use every day.
Yep. And it's super easy for me to stand here and say, you know what, you guys, just have fortitude. Just be strong. Just get out there and make it happen. But we do have these real life lessons, and we want to share a few of them with you today. We lean on them all the time. And so, Bobby, will you go first?
Yep.
Tell us what happened at Darlington in 2000.
Yeah, well, this is obviously, for me, this is a race that we shouldn't have won. So we go to Darlington. We're leading the points. Dale Earnhardt second again. And, you know, we're parked side by side. You know, he knows that we got to run good. We know we got to run good, right? So we get out there, we run a few laps. Okay, we're going to make a qualifying run because that's what you do. We've done this over and over. So I get out there, I get ready to go, haul off into turn 3 at Darlington for my qualifying lap. The throttle hangs wide open. I hit the wall at 150 miles an hour. So needless to say, my stuff's broke. I'm done. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh. I mean, that was one of the hardest hits I've ever taken. So in about 20 minutes, we get back out on the racetrack with a spare car. Again, that's what we do. So we go out there, run a few laps. I tell Jimmy, I said, hey, I think I'm gonna run to the infield care center just to make sure I'm okay because I am hurting everywhere, right? So we ended up, we qualified 36. So when race day come about on Sunday, it was one of those days where it's like, man, it is rainy, it is sunny, it is cloudy, and it is rainy and sunny and cloudy, and it's like that all day long. So we start 36, we make our way to 10th, we kind of end up making it there pretty quickly. Jimmy and I are talking on the radio. He says to pit, I just stay out. I'm looking at the weather, I'm like, it's gonna rain. He's like, why don't you pit? I said, I think it's gonna rain. So later on, we run a little bit longer. He says, all right, stay out. I pit. Why'd you pit? I think we're okay. So we battled the whole time, and we never did this. I mean, we were always ended up being like, oh my gosh, we never fought, we never argued, right? So finally, towards the end of the race, we both actually agreed on a pit stop. So we came down pit road 4th. My team got me out first. Okay, so I'm leading the race. This is like one of the first times I led the race all day. So I make about a lap or two under caution. The guy gives 1 to go. Bladman gives 1 to go. It starts to sprinkle. Okay, and then it's like the next lap, monsoon, man, it was over, right? So as this picture shows, me behind the pace car went into Southern 500, and it was because the monsoon happened, and so the race was over, and I'm the winner, and Dale Earnhardt was so mad. He was behind me, beating me, shaking his fist because he thought he had us done. So for me, it was being very resilient. You know, we ended up being resilient for the day, and that's what we learned, and we ended up winning that race that we shouldn't have won. And I think about that with Kristen and I. You know, we met on that park bench later on in life, and if we hadn't have done that, if we had given up, there's no way that I would have met the love of my life.
Oh. Well, Bobby is the love of my life too. But he's also, if you can't tell, the perfect teammate for me. He never stifles me. He always has my back. He's there to encourage me. He will give me new ways of thinking about all my big ideas, but he is always there right beside me. And I am really proud to say that I am Bobby's trophy wife. But not how you think. I literally chase trophies. I've done it my entire life. I chased them in swimming, in triathlon, cycling, you guys have heard about that, and now I chase them in business. I chase the next opportunity, the next partnership, the next big idea that nobody's ever thought of. I've had this full speed ahead approach for as long as I can remember. For me, fortitude is all about full speed ahead. So this is actually my high school swimming record. This is where fortitude starts for me. In 1998, I set the 100, let's see, 1988, yeah. Dang, I'm not that young. Yes. In 1988, I set the 100 breaststroke record at my high school, and that record still stands today. I parlayed this swimming record into a collegiate scholarship. I swam in college. And my freshman year in college, a few of us were invited to compete at the National Invitational Swim Meet. So this was going to be my first time on the national stage. My teammates and I, we flew to Minneapolis. We walk in this beautiful natatorium. I remember walking on that pool deck, and like the smell of the chlorine is so fresh in my memory today. So vivid, that strong chlorine smell. The air was crisp. Everywhere I looked, there were teams from colleges and universities all over the country, and the swimmers were stretching and loosening up and getting ready to swim. And it kind of took my breath away. It was overwhelming for me. And my coach, who was thankfully a past Olympic coach, looks down at me and says, Kristen, act like you've done this before. I thought, act like you've done this before. I can do that. I can act. So I did it all weekend. I acted like I'd done it all before. I swam great, my team swam great, and it was an awesome experience for us. The lesson in this is don't let that insecurity and uncertainty stop you. Continue to go full speed ahead. So fast forward a few years later, actually a couple decades later.
Now that we know.
Now that we know it was 88 for the swimming record. So I decided I wanted to get an MBA. I'd always wanted to do an MBA program. And for sure it would be another trophy for me, so there you go. But in 2017, I had taken over the leadership role at Breaking Limits, and I was now a woman in motorsports. And I felt like having an MBA for me would give me the credibility that I needed to thrive in motorsports. It's just what I believed. So I started researching different business schools. I only looked at the big brand names. And I started to realize I actually have something to offer these programs. Like, I actually belong in this business school community. And so I ultimately chose to go to Duke University over Wake Forest and Wharton. And so I'm really proud to say that I'm still collaborating with one of my professors from Duke. So clearly I fit in there. We are writing a business case about the innovation around NASCAR's decision-making in 2020. So next year, you'll all hear about that. I'm really proud to say I'm still involved in the academic community with Duke. And so my lesson from that experience was to do your homework, get prepared, stay focused, work hard, right? And go full speed ahead.
So for me, my family, if you don't know, has always been in racing all my life. So we lived in South Texas, and I was about 14, 15, late 70s. My family, my dad, everybody else picked up through his direction and moved to North Carolina. So my dad has a job working for Billy Hagan that my brother drives for, right? So for me, I get there, I finish high school, and I go to the race shop on Saturdays, and I'll mop the floor. So when I graduated high school, I didn't want to go to college. I just wanted to go work. I wanted to be working in racing. I wanted to be a driver, but I also wanted to be a mechanic. I wanted to learn a lot of stuff. So the day I got out, I went straight to work there. So what'd they let me do? Well, I still mopped the floors. I swept the floors. I did a little bit of everything. I bothered a lot of people, and I cleaned the toilets. That was kind of my first gig, right? So as the years went on, I learned how to be a mechanic. I learned how to heliarc, be a welder. I drove the truck. I was on the pit crew. I drove the van back and forth to races because we didn't have airplanes. So I learned a lot throughout my time there. I figured that was my college, right? So one day, Terry gets an offer to drive for another team, a bigger team. And so he takes the offer. And next thing you know, they come in the next morning and the general manager fires my dad. We're like, okay, so he's out. So about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I thought maybe I made the cut. Maybe they're not going to get rid of me because maybe I have more toilets to clean, right? So the guy comes down there and he says, hey man, what are you doing? I said, oh, I'm working on this car. He said, oh no, what are you doing next year? And I was like, oh man, I was making $750 a week. I had a Camaro Z28. I was living at home, racing a little bit on the side. I had it made, right? And so now I got to go look for a job. So what did I do? Well, I found a job that paid $250 a week, which was really disheartening. But I kind of invested in myself at that point in time. I built a race car, got everything ready. My parents supported me. My brother obviously supported me. So I started going to a local track running. So I win a championship. Then we go to another track, we win races. Go to elsewhere, we win a championship. I ended up running the Busch Grand National Series. I won a championship as a driver. I won the championship as an owner. And good friend David Green was my driver. So next thing you know, I'm driving for Joe Gibbs, and I end up racing for him, and we win a championship. So to me, fortitude was about finding those opportunities, no matter what happens, but you have to really be dedicated to it. So that's what happened with me, and I felt like that was the point that I needed to get my career going.
Yep. So I'm that cousin that won't say uncle. Probably a lot of you have that cousin in your family. They just won't say uncle. They won't quit. They won't give up. So competitive. And when you couple that with the way that I outwardly chase trophies like I do, when things don't go my way, it hurts. It feels really public, like a public failure for me. So a handful of years ago or so, I was in the leadership role at this time at Breaking Limits, and the phone rings. And it's the #1 brand in the world. They're calling us to ask us to put together a presentation to handle their campaign for the entire following year. They're asking us to do that. Okay, that's a big win for our agency right there, that we even got the call, right? Huge. So we rally our internal team, we research, we do our homework, we get prepared, we come up with great ideas, and we put together this awesome presentation. We fly to New York, and as we're walking in this conference room, I'm thinking to myself, they're gonna pick us. They should pick us. We have the best plan, the best ideas. We know what we're doing. They should choose us. So we walk in this room. I make the presentation. It goes pretty well. They've got some tough questions, but we've done our homework. We answered them. We all shake hands, leave the conference room, fly home. And now we wait. Just like the time trial. We wait. A few weeks later, we get another phone call. Guess what? We won the business. They hired us. Woohoo! We are fired up. We celebrated champagne that night for sure. That was a big win. So now we got to buckle down and get busy. So a couple days later, I'm on the phone with the head of procurement from this company. We're working on the contract, getting all the details lined up. And she says to me, Kristen, it's really great that you won this piece of business, because before you walked in that room, we had all decided we weren't going to like you. I said, what? She goes, oh yeah, we weren't going to like you. We'd already decided we didn't like you. Whew, that's a punch to the gut. So I politely hang up the phone, and now I have a decision to make. Do I want to win, or do I want to be right? And if I want to be right, I'm going to pick that phone right back up, and I'm going to call her and tell her it was not okay for them to pass judgment on me like that. They didn't know me. They'd never met me. That's not okay. But I chose to go for the win. And the win was to put together the best team at our agency that I could. Get prepared. Do an amazing year of work for this client. And that's exactly what we did. This picture here is our team, kissing the bricks, celebrating our own success at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We had a fantastic, fantastic year for this client. So many lessons in this experience. Number one, don't ever do that to anybody. Everybody in this room, we all got to have each other's backs. Don't pass judgment on each other. Give everyone a fair shot. And then have that unwavering belief in yourself. Believe in yourself. If I had walked in that conference room without all that confidence, they would have seen right through me, and we never would have won the business. And most importantly, don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something or that you're not good enough, because you can, and you are.
So for me, it's easy for a driver to be your biggest critic. And for me, I would go home after a race. I would sit around and think about what I did wrong, stay up in the wee hours of the morning, try to find the race on TV, record it, and just try to, just like how could I have done better, right? But one race really changed that for me. It was actually 1992 at Michigan International Speedway. So I had my Busch Car National car, driving myself, my own team, and I go there, and this is the first time I've been on a track this big, this fast, a little daunting to say the least. So in practice, I'm out there in turns 1 and 2, caution comes out as I'm headed down the back straightaway. And my dad's on the radio and says, hey, there's been a wreck in turn 3. So I said, okay. I said, hey, do you think I should stop? And he said, it's hard to see, and he said, well, I don't know, just do what you think's right. So I did stop. And I was kind of like first to the scene, obviously at that point in time, just because I was on the racetrack where I was. So I get out of my car, and I run up the racetrack, and Clifford Allison had crashed. And when I looked in the window, I knew he was gone. So I walked away. That's the image I'll never forget. I passed his parents on the way back to the garage. They were running to the car. I couldn't say a word. I was numb. I didn't even know the weekend. I couldn't even tell you what happened the rest of the weekend. It was a blur. I wasn't even there. So the next year, fast forward, I'm driving for Bill Davis. So my first year in the Cup Series, rookie. So we go to Michigan, and I'm like, oof, this is gonna be hard. You know, I just know myself, this is gonna be hard on me. So we get ready to go to Michigan, and we get up there, and actually had one of our best weekends. We had our best qualifying effort. We had our best finish of the year at that point in time. And Michigan actually turned out to be one of my better racetracks. And I say this because I didn't want to go. But you know, fortitude is being brave. And it's digging deep and saying, this is something I don't like, but it really is something I have to do. As that image will never leave my mind, but to go back there and for that to become one of my better tracks, I had to really dig deep to do that.
So in this story at Michigan, Bobby didn't turn off being human. He let himself feel the emotions of that situation. And then he decided how he was going to proceed consciously. I could have used this advice in my own cycling career 2 times. I didn't listen to my body, and I ended up in the ICU. I didn't allow myself to be human. I never, ever cheated on my training. I didn't cheat on my nutrition program. I went years without eating butter because I thought it would make me a better cyclist. And if I had allowed myself to be a little more human and a lot less machine, I probably would have been a lot better off. So this picture is from Bobby's win a couple summers ago in Nashville. And you can tell how much it meant to us. I'm looking at it right here.
I'm happy too, you just can't see me.
We were both very emotional over this win. And we celebrate all wins like this. This is how you feel when you win. And why is that? It's because how many times have all of us gotten to the starting line of a race, of an interview, of a presentation to your boss, and you're feeling a little broken? I mean, Bobby had a broken hand in this race. And yet here we are at the starting line of something. And we're looking at, where can I find the opportunity? How can I win today? And so fortitude is also about getting right back out there, no matter what happens. These stories and lessons that we've shared with you, I use them every day in our business, in the work that we do with our foundation, and in our marriage.
So this next picture is us getting married. So we got married about 7-ish years ago.
Yeah.
And we don't do dates. So we were getting married, and we were saying our vows, we're saying our I do's, and we're standing there doing all this. And it was the way that we did it in the church. We had 50 of our families and friends there, right? It's kind of like this, right? So we got done, and I turned around, and all of a sudden everybody just standing right here looking at us. And I just went, well, I don't know what to do now, but I just said, and I actually said it, we won. And I think the word of the day should be butter. We're going to eat a lot of butter.
No.
But we won.
We did win.
We won together.
We did win together. And so as we close, just remember to celebrate every win like a rock star. Or better yet, celebrate like a champion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Butter.
All right, before I forget, because social media is a thing that we're pushing this weekend, so make sure to follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. It is WWD Summit. Also the hashtag WWD3. But if you're going to post anything from Kristen and Bobby Labonte, make sure to also add the hashtag relationship goals. Well done to the Labontes. That was amazing. I do believe this is on screen right now. And yesterday, if you happen to catch it, or if you follow Katie Kyle, who is a huge proponent of women in motorsports. It was several years ago that she reached out to me, I would say probably 2018, 2019, to be part of her blog where she specifically wanted to promote and celebrate women in motorsports as a female in motorsports herself. This is her newest addition to the family. You're looking at Knox, who I do believe is our youngest viewer ever of the Women with Drive Summit. So I know Katie can't be here, but an extreme round of applause for her for being a strong member of this community and this team. As we head on to our next panel discussion, this one is titled Women Driven by Dreams. It is presented by Speedway Motorsports. Dare we be bold enough to dream big and take the risk to act on them? Have we written them down, shared with others, or have we even said them out loud? This discussion is about getting comfortable with the uncomfortable in the pursuit of your passions. Moderator, you will remember her if you were in Charlotte last year, Linda Lindquist Bishop. She is the president of Courageous Thinker, where she facilitates strategic clarity and alignment for leadership teams and individuals in transition to make the best decisions to achieve success. Linda has blazed many trails in the all-male world of offshore yacht racing, sailing in over 100 teams in the past 30-plus years and winning 2 world championships. Linda also made history as a member of America 3, the first and only all-women's team to compete for the America's Cup, as well as managing their successful sponsorship program. Welcome back, Linda. Caitlin Brown is the inside front tire changer for Penske on their IndyCar program. Penske Chevrolet mechanic inside front tire changer on the number 2 IndyCar team driven by Joseph Newgarden. This year, Caitlin became the first female pit crew member to win the Indianapolis 500, helping prepare Joseph from the 17th starting position to win his first Indianapolis 500, the 19th for Team Penske. In the 2021 season, she had her first opportunity to go over the wall with the all-female-led Beretta Autosport IndyCar team in the 105th running of the Indy 500. Welcome, Caitlin. Julie Geese is the president of the Chicago Street Race. She has spent most of her career working for businesses within the International Speedway Corp since 2001. She was the former president right here at Phoenix Raceway from 2018 to 2022. Welcome back. And in 2019, she was recognized as Forbes Women in Sports to Watch, Sports Business Journal Game Changer, and Arizona Business Magazine's Most Influential Women in Arizona. She's also a 2019 Synopsis Top Woman in Sports recipient. Melissa Paris is a championship-winning crew chief and successful team owner of Wagbar MP313 racing team, competing in Moto America Motorcycle Series with 2 riders. As a professional motorcycle racer, she has competed in national and international racing series, including the AMA Pro Racing Moto America Championship, the FIM World Supersport Championship, and the FIM World Endurance Championship. Melissa is a key influencer and coach for Royal Enfield Build, Train, Race program, in which they select women to race, prep their own motorcycles, train to compete aboard them, and then participate in a series of races in either American Flat Track or Moto America. And our next participant was mentioned yesterday by Jim Jordan as someone that is now getting the recognition she deserves from decisions she made earlier in her career. And Ashley, I can't wait to hear your discussions on this. Ashley Freiberg is a race car driver and brand ambassador for BMW North America. Ashley has competed in open-wheel sports car and endurance racing, becoming the first woman to win the Skip Barber Racing Championship title in 2010. She's also the first female to claim outright victories in the IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge and the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge. She's the first woman in history to win an overall professional race at the Daytona International Speedway. And in 2023, she won the Porsche Sprint Challenge Series Championship in the 991 class with 7 wins and 12 podiums. Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you, Amanda. Good morning. I think we can agree there's a whole lot of badassery up here on stage. This has been really fun for me because over the last few weeks I've been able to spend time with each of these women, hearing some of their stories, and it's amazing. So we're going to share some of those today. And we are sad. Erica Enders was supposed to join us, and she is really under the weather. She sends her sincere regrets, but she has a message for all of us.
Hello, Women with Drive Summit. Erica here, joining you via video to express my sincere apologies for my sister Courtney and I not being able to attend. We had every intention on being in Phoenix with you ladies this week, but unfortunately we were not able to make it. I understand the importance of the event and the effort that went into planning and organizing it. I want to thank Cindy and Lynn for including me. Lynn and I go back to the mid-90s with Women in the Winner's Circle. So I have immense respect for Women in Motorsports North America, and I look forward to attending future events with you guys. I will see you at PRI. Cheers.
Great. Thank you, Erica. So when I was thinking of Driven by Dreams, I thought, every single woman in this room could be up here, including you young drivers and the interns, because you're all here because you're driven by your dreams. These women up here have been driven by their dreams and are crushing it. So we're going to hear a few things from them. So Julie, I'm going to start with you because you had a big dream. NASCAR had a big dream to take this crazy concept of a street race to Chicago, and then your dream got rained on.
Not just rained on, let's say 9.1 inches.
So I think you tapped into some of the key things that Bobby and Kristen were talking about, because tell us what you were thinking when you'd spent 2 years, moved to Chicago, built this thing, and then it got washed out.
Well, yeah, I think, and those of you that know me and the things that I try to remember and remind myself are worry about the things you can control and control the things that you worry about. And the weather is one thing that I have not figured out how to be able to control, unfortunately. And so, we did spend well over a year planning that event. And even before that, before I became involved, our company and working on a street race and what we want the future to be in downtown Chicago. And you get to that weekend, and it was really our opportunity to think very differently, do things completely out of the norm. It was a 2-day racing and music festival, and we were racing around Grant Park in the middle of downtown Chicago. And, I remember looking at the weather. You get that 10-day forecast, and as a promoter, you are checking it often. And, you saw a few things here or there, but we have a wet weather tire package, so I was like, we'll be fine. And Saturday came, and we were able to, the day kicked off great. The sun was out, and then all of a sudden, the rain came, the lightning came, and that changed what Saturday looked like. And then Sunday, really, when you looked at the weather, it was supposed to be out by 10 or 11 a.m. So we'll be fine. The race doesn't start till 4:30. We'll adjust the Xfinity race. And the weather system got to the lake, and then it just stayed and stayed and stayed. And, I think at that point, it's just all the preparations and being able to adjust and prepare. It's a testament to our industry that we were able to get the event off, and it was as successful as it was. To the city of Chicago for their perseverance. The team at the city was instrumental in making sure that we could go racing still that night, and be able to get the race in, be able to do it in the fashion that we did with a little bit of wet. Well, I think 30 minutes before, there were still tires floating down pit road. And, we were able to get the green flag, and then it was just a spectacular event. And despite everything, a very important and monumental event for our sport.
That's fantastic. And Chicago wants you to come back even after a rainy event.
We're back, absolutely. So we have our dates for next year, really hoping for great weather. There's so many things that everyone's like, what do you want to do? Or what do you want to change? I'm like, I just want to be able to run the event that we wanted to run this past year and be able to execute everything that we knew we could. And really looking forward to that.
Awesome. Caitlin, you grew up with a motorsport family. You started by driving, but tell us what made you, what changed in you, what woke up that you knew you wanted to make cars go fast from the mechanic side instead of from behind the wheel?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is I realized that as much as I enjoyed racing, that I wasn't going to make it as a race car driver. But I still enjoyed the mechanics of the car and working on it and learning what made the cars go fast and how to help your driver. So for me, when I was in high school, trying to figure out what I wanted to do for college and how can I make this a career, that was when it turned for me in my head that that was what I wanted to do. So I was able to find a tech school that allowed me to pursue that passion and pursue the mechanical side of racing.
Cool. We have one thing in common, and that's we both get up really early in the morning to work out. Yeah. And I've done it since I was your age, and I think that's something that's going to serve you well. I loved when we were talking about you working out, and you said and I asked if the guys go with you, and you said, well, you invite them.
Yeah. We do workouts now at work as well during the off season to prepare ourselves. And it's always a fun time because I sometimes run circles around them and they don't like it. But it's something that I do to help myself in my daily job and as my job and role going over the wall. So it's something I do every day to better myself.
Including yesterday morning before the summit. That was really awesome. We were having breakfast. I'm like, oh, did you sleep well? And she's like, yeah, I went to the gym at 5:30. I'm like, that's awesome. Thank you. Melissa. Superwoman. I've had so much fun looking through videos of the family and your amazing, both on and off the track, the family. How do you do it? You're juggling like 15 balls at any given time.
Well, first I'm going to apologize for my voice to everyone. I've had way too much fun talking to everyone.
Just keep it up here and then we can all hear.
Okay. I do it with a lot of help, honestly. There's a lot of racers out here. You all know how selfish we have to be. It's a really selfish sport. You have to put yourself first. And I can tell you that doesn't work super well when you have 2 kids. And my husband, who's also a racer, and I learned that both really fast a couple years ago. So I'm super lucky. My husband is a very involved dad. We have an amazing au pair who's a huge motorsports enthusiast. And my parents have my back, my brothers have my back, and my kids have just gotten okay with getting drugged to the racetrack every weekend.
Lots of good stories in there. We'll unpack a few more. Ashley, you just crushed this year. That was fantastic. You were, fully sponsored. You got to drive. It's been 18 years. Let's give a big. If I look at you, one word among many comes to mind, and one is perseverance. Your journey, 18 years, some ups, like every time you got behind the wheel of the car, you won or podiumed something or did very well. But then there were big gaps, lots of challenges. What kept you going? Why? It was really hard.
Yeah, my career has definitely been an adventure, to say the least. For me, I just love to drive, and that's always been my passion. And anytime I've come across a hurdle, I always come back to that. Why am I doing this? And I just really love driving. So yeah, as you said, I've been racing for 18 years, and I've had a lot of opportunities that have been partial seasons or a race here and there. And I've done well. I've either been on the podium or won in every car I've been in, really. But just getting that proper sponsorship took me a long time to find it. And yeah, having the tenacity and just not giving up has brought me to where I am today, and I'm super grateful. Yokohama Tire, without them doing their all-in campaign with Shift Up Now, and my team, MDK Motorsports, when all that came together, it just gave me so much confidence too, to really put myself out there and give it everything I've got. And I'm just over the moon. I did not expect it to go as well as it did, but I'm just so grateful.
So what's next?
I'd like to continue moving on, obviously racing full-time and getting paid to do it's my ultimate goal. And I'm hoping that the momentum from this can kind of keep snowballing. But as I said, I'm taking it day by day. I know how this sport is. It's very expensive, and it's only getting more expensive year by year. So any opportunity I get to drive, I'm just grateful to be there.
Caitlin, when I was talking to you, some people were describing, I asked them, what would you tell me about Caitlin that she wouldn't tell about herself, part of her Penske team. And they described a situation where you were in the pit and somebody came in really hot and not right where they were supposed to and right at you, and you held your ground. Can you talk about what you were thinking, what your emotions physically, like how did that, because that's kind of split second and you can get pretty squished if you guessed wrong on that one.
Yeah, the story's from Thermal Club this year where we tested for our preseason test for IndyCar, and it was my first experience really getting some live stops in with Joseph, and kind of when it was like, oh, I'm going to be the person for this spot this year. But Joseph came in pretty hot on a stop and almost hit me, and I didn't really realize it because in the moment we're trained and we're told to that's what you're expecting sometimes. I mean, not expecting that, but you're prepared for anything to happen. And so for me it was just you have to react as fast as you can. You don't really have time to make the bad reaction or you could hurt yourself or whatnot. But I was just doing my job, and that's what we're trained to do out there. So I was able to quickly adjust and set myself up for a good stop and get them out. But yeah.
Well, we have challenges on the water, but I never have a car coming Mach 7 at me and having to decide whether I have to get out of the way or not. So that decision-making capability and your nerves of steel or whatever you want to call it is going to serve you well. It's just, I'm glad that one worked out all right, too.
Me too. There's been a couple close calls this year, so every time, like after the race, I'll be like, hey, take it easy next time.
Yeah, it's good to let the boys know you're paying attention, right? Driven by dreams, yes. All of our panelists have been driven by their dreams, but a lot of what they're doing when they're driving is helping other people find their dreams. And when we were talking, I loved what you said about going out into, I think, all 77 neighborhoods in Chicago for community engagement and really do a market that obviously has never seen a NASCAR race run through its town streets. What was that like? And, if you could give us just some maybe little stories or what it meant and what it will mean as we bring driving more to the Chicago people.
When we decided we were going to race in downtown Chicago, I was here in Phoenix and had the opportunity to lead the team here and learn a lot about community engagement. And one of the things that I enjoy most about NASCAR and working in NASCAR is just that it's very focused on giving back to the communities in which we race, and it's being good community stewards. You do that by the venues that you have and hosting events, and when you're in Chicago, our racetrack is a park, And it is a number of hundreds of residents, thousands of residents. It's their front yard. And it is an area that is a commonplace for everyone. And so when we were really taking a look at how do we be successful in Chicago, one of the things that I was told early on is just, be open to the communication and the conversations. And there are Chicago's a big market, so there's 77 neighborhoods, there are 50 older people, and everyone, like, we made it a concerted effort that we were gonna have conversations and to educate, answer questions. And some of those conversations were tough conversations because, again, what we were doing was unprecedented. It's never happened before. And it was in a market that wasn't as familiar with NASCAR. And so, I did myself over 150 meetings with residents and business owners and, really listening and trying to learn and make adjustments where we could. And, we couldn't always, but it about just making sure that everyone understood they were being heard, and if we are able to adjust, we will. I think as I went around and had the conversation, some of the questions that I got were, what happens if a car hits a building? Or do I have to wear earphones and earplugs in my apartment? I live 2 blocks away. And it was like great questions, and it was a really a good kind of grounding for me of why we're here, and an education process and teaching people about NASCAR. I remember specifically we launched this great program with the Chicago Public Schools, a STEAM and STEM program, and we did this great presentation. We had video. We were talking about all the different things that STEM and STEAM how we can help with their curriculums. And we get down to the question and answer part, and the first question was, can you explain what a street race is? And it's...
Can you explain what
a street race is?
Oh, gotcha.
And it was like, okay, back to basics. And that I think about that every time I go places now and have those conversations in the city, because again, this is 85% of our attendees were at their very first NASCAR race. And, for us, that's why we were there. It was about that opportunity to educate and expose a new audience to NASCAR. And so now, as we look ahead to year 2, it's just about continuing that momentum. And the thing that's been really fun for me already this year is, like last year, I was the only one. I was telling the story, what to expect. Now you have thousands of people that either watched it on television, that were out there, that maybe watched it from their living room in their high-rise overlooking the course, that are now telling the story with me and explaining it and being advocates. And it's been really fun to see. And then they're making those connections and opening those doors and helping us become even better partners with the city, with the residents, with the businesses.
That telling story really resonates with our fantastic talk at the end of yesterday, and how important that emotional connection is to, because change produces fear, and if people don't know what something is, they've never seen a NASCAR race, let alone, oh my gosh, it's going to be in our streets, what does that mean? So, really great. Melissa. The Royal Enfield whole chapter, you were mentoring 15 women in a really high-performance environment. Obviously, you changed their lives greatly. What did you learn from them about mentoring, and what do you want us to do more in programs like that, including creating them, I'm guessing?
I think the thing I tried to focus on when I started out with them, because I'd never done anything like that before.
Can you give us a little brief of where the program was, what it was, how you got there?
Oh, yeah. So, I was racing for a long time, and a very good friend of mine who traveled all around Europe with me had taken a position at Royal Enfield, and they're like a classic style bike, not what you would think of a typical sport bike that you would race, but kind of like a cafe racer type machine. And she was obsessed with racing, so she was trying to find a way to get racing into her job again. So she came up with this idea. In the first year, she gave, I think, 4 of us a bike and said, build a flat track bike and we're gonna go race them. And we all had to figure it out ourselves. And that was actually the first race bike I ever built from scratch. And that was huge because within 2 years, I built a bike that competed in the Daytona 200. And so that opportunity was what made me realize, like, I know how to do this. I've been watching people around me do it, and anyone can spin a wrench, So it changed my life. So when I had the opportunity to come in the next year and mentor these girls, I wanted them to have that same experience that I'd had. But even more than that, I wanted to help them not have to learn things the hard way. I got into racing as an adult, which is way too late. And everything I'd learned it the hard way. Things fall off of a motorcycle, you fall down, and it hurts really bad. So I was trying to teach these girls all the things that I could without them having to, get hurt or have some sort of really critical failure. And it was just cool. It was cool to see their eyes light up, and sometimes I'd forget. I'd go on autopilot. I'm teaching them how to safety wire the bolts on their brake caliper, and I'm showing them the technique, and I'm like, you got to do it this way. And finally someone says, why am I doing this? And then I'm like, oh, let me tell you about going down the back straight at Mid-Ohio and losing a brake caliper, going off the end of the straightaway at 150 miles an hour and tumbling through a gravel trap. I don't want you to do that. So that's why we're doing this.
That's a good reason.
And it's stuff that as racers we say it's obvious because we've experienced it. So having that opportunity to show that to those girls in that first year was so special because we had such a wide range of girls. We had an engineer, I had a hairdresser, I had an electrician, all walks of life. And watching a girl who'd highlighted my hair for me in the hotel the night before run up the inside of 3 girls in turn 1 at Barber Motorsports Park, I brought a tear to my eye. It was really special.
That's an awesome image for a host of reasons. Thank you. Ashley, you had said that part of this bumpy, non-intended journey, you ended up at Lynn's school. And you said some interesting things on it, not just equipping you, on the track, but also off. Can you share with us, what that gave you and when it was in your career, so it helps us see that journey?
Yeah, certainly. Lynn St. James has been a huge inspiration for me growing up. When I raced karts, my parents did support me, but then once I started to transition into cars, I had to figure it out on my own and find my own sponsorship. And I had no idea what it took, really, to be a race car driver. And without Lynn's program that she had, where it was a full, intense training, a few days of learning the sponsorship side, how to talk in front of a camera, how to read data, to deal with your team, you're a full-time athlete, understanding nutrition, all those things I had no idea was a part of being a full professional race car driver. And without that program, I'm not sure I would be here today because it really accelerated my learning curve and helped my understanding right from the start of what it took to really go after my dreams. So I'm super grateful for you, Lynn.
Thanks. I've known Lynn for 30 years, back from our days at the Women's Sports Foundation, and from the outside watched her passion to create what she created for you and so many girls and women. And each of us have the opportunity to make that contribution. In some, it may not be at the Titanic level that Lynn has for women in this sport, but just by doing what you're doing, as I said, you're driving the dreams of others, and that's always a challenge that when I'm thinking about it correctly, I ask of myself, and then I ask for each of you, whose dreams can you drive? Whether it's one person or if you're in a company, what can you create? Do you have something else you want to say?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of add, obviously, being a woman in this sport, you're alone very often, right? You're surrounded by men, so always having this kind of community, even this event like this, I almost feel like I have an advantage against my competitors because I have this community and I have this accessibility to these classes and panelists and that some of my competitors don't have. So I just think all this stuff is really amazing.
That's great. You're all part of that. Caitlin, yesterday I didn't know yet that Erica was not going to be able to attend, and she's been really, really busy, so we haven't been able to connect. So I thought, oh, I have to learn more. So I actually got up at 4 in the morning, searched the Disney Channel, and watched the Right on Track Disney movie. And I mentioned that to Caitlin yesterday, and you had a comment about when you had watched that and how that had impacted you, and I know you wanted to be with Erica today, so.
Yeah, Erica for me was somebody I looked up to growing up. Me and my sister watched that movie as kids, and we still do today. And I had the chance to meet Erica last month and spend a day with her and her crew at the track when they were in Charlotte, and it was kind of like a full life circle moment for me, and I was pinching the 8-year-old in me all day, just getting to spend the day with her and her sister. She's about to be a 6-time champion in a pro level, and that's really awesome and something that should be celebrated.
Absolutely. If you had a message for her right now, what would it be?
Go kick ass this weekend.
I've found Caitlin is incredibly focused. Like, she says what she needs to say, and then she kind of moves on because she's going to just stay on task. So I love that about you, many other things. Julie, this one really cracked me up. You said that after you graduated from college, you sent your CV to every single racetrack in the country and was turned down by every single one of them, maybe by some of the people in this room and certainly your peers. So could you speak a little to, how do you pick yourself up after every single place you wanted to, your dreams were taking you, saying no?
Yeah, it was funny because I grew up on a dairy farm and I went to school for agriculture, and I'm putting that degree to great use right now. But honestly, like, I did an internship one summer and realized, ooh, this is not at all what I want to do with my life, and quickly pivoted and started to think then about things that I loved. And I grew up a race fan. My dad watched races, and I watched them with him. And I had a friend who was doing some local short track racing in Wisconsin, and so I was like, I'm going to go work in racing. I mean, how hard could it be? I'm going to go work in racing. And I did get rejection letters. I have a rejection letter from Phoenix Raceway. I have a rejection letter from Daytona International Speedway, which is actually, and actually the person who hired me at Daytona was the one that wrote the rejection letter from Phoenix, which is really fun. I kept those. Honestly, I wish I could say I kept them because, like, motivation. There probably was a part of it, but the race fan in me, I kept them because I had a letter from racetracks, right? I mean,
you got the logo on the letterhead.
Exactly, I've got letters.
Even if they said no.
Even if they said no. And I found them when I moved from Watkins Glen International to Daytona, and I took them in the day again, and my new boss in Daytona was one of them that had signed it, and it was just, it's fun, and I still have them, and I use them now as I speak with classes and youth, and the perseverance and not giving up on your dreams. And for me, it was just all about networking. I got a job at an agency in Minneapolis, an agriculture agency, so I was putting my degree to good use at that point, and just made it known that I wanted to work in racing and made connections as much as I could. When I went to races, I was talking to people, and just honestly, like, this sport, as we talked about it yesterday, how small this sport is, and the industry is, that everyone knows everyone. And a random call to a coworker at the agency from somebody at Watkins Glen International, they knew each other, and they were looking for a new PR coordinator position at Watkins Glen, and he asked if she knew of anyone, and she's like, actually, I do, and made the connection to me. I interviewed in December of 2000 and made the move from Wisconsin to upstate New York in January of 2001, and entry-level position. And I pulled into the into the parking lot that day with a Dale Jarrett sticker on my car, and I was like, I probably need to take that off. And it was just like, it was a dream, and I was committed at that point to make sure that, everything I do everything I could to just maximize the opportunity. And, growing up on a dairy farm that teaches you perseverance and hard work, and you don't get a day off. If something breaks, you got to fix it. If you're not feeling well, you still got to go out and milk the cows. And my parents taught me that, and so, I use those. I think about that a lot as I go through things, and continue to push through. And sometimes that's like when you hit some of those challenges, it makes you stronger, it makes you better, and it's how you react to it and how you use it moving forward that is really the key.
You said one of your mentors said that you have to be patient and the script will write itself. And that's such an important statement. We meet people, we're all meeting each other here. We have no idea what doors are going to open in the next year to maybe 10 years because we met one another, somebody asks about something, and it comes to somebody's mind, and all of a sudden, oh, you should talk to this person. So not from I would say, a using or manipulation standpoint, but this whole concept of being really curious and not having to know, why someone or something is, in your life at the moment, and just, steward it, take care of it, pay attention to it.
Yeah, I think, I was, and I still am, not a very patient person. And I wanted to know my roadmap. I think everybody's had these conversations probably with mentors or mentees, like, what's my roadmap? What's my plan? I think when I started at Watkins Glen, I just wanted to soak in as much as I could, and then I had the opportunity to move to Daytona. And Daytona, obviously the Daytona 500, and that being such a spectacular event, but for me, I saw opportunity in things like the Rolex 24 at Daytona, which was kind of we were reinventing that, and kind of what do we want that event to be, and got myself involved on that. And then the Supercross event was another opportunity to really just learn and try new things. And I was telling Melissa, this is actually, I'm kind of a fangirling, because this I met her years and years ago at Daytona, and I just remember seeing her walking through the garage, and I didn't know that there was women motorcycle, and I saw her, and I'm like, oh my gosh, when I saw her earlier today, I'm like, I love the fact that I'm on a panel with her, because she is a badass, and I've seen her going around Daytona Speedway at crazy speeds, and doing amazing things. So you get these opportunities to learn and see people, and you don't always know where the path is going to take you. There's no straight path. You've got to be ready for a road course or a street course. It's going to wind.
You bring, that's such a great concept, and Melissa, you're going to have to help me with this story, but it's when John was supposed to go over and test, was it a super bike? And forgive me, I'm really trying to pick up all my vernacular understanding.
John,
but
the
then,
MotoGP bike.
Right,
Yeah.
and then something happened that he had to kind of move up, and tell us what happened, because this is such a great example of opportunity in the moment and being ready to jump on it.
I know you guys are all four-wheel enthusiasts, so I'll try to, I hope it makes sense. But MotoGP, it's a two-wheeled version of Formula One. It's the top level. My husband is a journeyman superbike racer, which is production racing. He's the epitome of a hard worker. He came from a very lower middle class family who did not have the means to take their kid racing, so he has had to work so hard for every opportunity he's had. And he didn't make it to the top level of superbike, until he was, well into his 30s, which is ancient in motorcycle racing world. Yamaha wanted to reward him for winning them a couple championships after a long dry spell. And so they arranged for him to go test the MotoGP bike at Valencia at the end of the season. And it was supposed to be the day after the final MotoGP race. And there was a really tragic accident that happened in Malaysia a couple of weeks before. And as a result, Yamaha's racer was injured and wasn't going to be able to race. And they said, why don't we just let Josh do it? And because I just find my way into things, that's what I do, because I want to do stuff. They had agreed to let me test the Moto2 bike, which is like a middleweight Grand Prix machine. So Josh was going to test the MotoGP bike. I was going to get to test the Moto2 bike. It was going to be amazing. I was so excited. Well, this accident happens, and they decide to let Josh race the MotoGP bike that weekend. And he did great. He was top 10 in really, really challenging conditions. I was really proud of him. The next day comes, it's the test day, and I'm supposed to ride the Moto2 bike. And Hervé Poncharal, the owner of the Tech 3 MotoGP team, looked at me and said, you don't want to ride a Moto2 bike. Why don't you just ride the GP bike? And I was like, my first reaction was like, no, I don't think so. I think I'd rather ride the Moto2 bike. But he just said, no, you don't want to ride it. And besides, one of the journalists just crashed it, so it's not available. So the next thing I know, I'm saddling up on, the fastest Grand Prix motorcycle out there. And I didn't know what to think. And I'm talking to Cal Crutchlow, who is their full-time racer, and he's giving me advice. They've got carbon brake discs on them, and the big thing is when you first squeeze them, there's nothing there. When you first got on the track, you basically have no brakes until you get some heat into these carbon discs. And I'm like, no, it doesn't matter. They're going to put the stainless discs on for me. They always do that for the test riders because they don't want their bike to end up in the bleachers. So again, Hervé, very French team owner, was like, do you want to ride a MotoGP bike or not? Like, you're going to ride with the carbon discs. I was like, oh, Jesus. So I'm getting advice from Cal Crutchlow and from my husband. And my husband's teasing me because there's full data on the bike. And he's like, they're going to see if you don't hold the throttle open. And I rolled out on track, and the first thing that happened is Valentino Rossi, who's like the greatest of all time in road racing, comes by me, and I was just like, oh my God, like, and then I just had this thought, like, they're never gonna let me do this again, so I need to just take advantage, So I'd seen that they'd filled the gas tank up, and I was just like, no one told me how many laps I got, so I planned to just stay out until I ran out of gas or something. Because again, they're never gonna let me do it again anyway. So I'm making my way around Valencia, and I'm about to come onto the front straight, and I just hear my husband's voice in my head that they're gonna know if you don't open the gas. So I don't care what happens, I'm getting this thing to full throttle because I'm very motivated by shame. So I come out of the last turn, I tuck in behind the bubble, I'm shifting gears. This thing is wheeling in 5th gear. I might be crying a little bit, but I'm holding it on the stop, damn it. So I finish my time. I mean, I wanted to run the tank of gas out, but I had arm pump. I could barely feel my hands after about 10 laps. So I came in, and my husband tells me that first time down the front straight, they thought I had fallen off because they couldn't even see me behind the bubble of the bike. The engineers did look at the data, and I found out that my top trap speed on my first lap was faster than my husband's top trap speed the whole weekend.
Did I mention badassery? Like, oh, yeah. That's so awesome.
They still won't let me ride it again.
What was that?
They're still not going to let me ride it again.
Yeah, but you got to ride once. Ashley, so you actually in this bumpy journey of yours, decided to take on real estate. That sounds kind of painful, going from all I want to do is drive, I'm really good, I'm really fast, and now you're selling houses and people that are interested in shopping for houses on the weekend when you'd normally be at the track. What did that do for you? Was it just a placeholder? Did it help you now?
Well, I got into real estate because I've always loved to help people, and real estate is like your biggest purchase you'll ever make in your life, so it's super high stress. It's actually very similar to driving because it's very high paced and very, stressful. But for me, it really taught me even more so how to interact with people and understand personalities, because I've always been very shy, not very extroverted. And I think that might have been part of my hindrance trying to find my sponsorship, but that taught me a lot more about myself and about other people and how to help people. So I think that that really expanded my knowledge in a lot of ways, and I think fulfilled me in a lot of ways. But yeah, certainly driving a race car is a lot more fun, but I love both, and I still do both.
So hopefully that's going to equip you to tell a good story to get your funding for the next chapter. It will. Caitlin, so you're, how old are you?
24.
24, you're over the wall. You've got a lot of, I'd say ocean, but I'll say road ahead of you. What do you want to do? What's the next big dream?
I think for myself, I'd like to take some sort of leadership role within the team, whether it be become car chief, which would be the next step for me as a mechanic, and then maybe like a group leader. But I think for me, like, it's just taking any opportunity that I have come my way and go with it and just see where it lead me within the company. For me, that would be my next thing.
Well, I've talked to some people at Penske, and they're all very glad you're on their team. So that's really cool to see. So we have a few minutes left here, and kind of go down and either to one another or to people out here, what would you like to say about, what it's going to take, what you want to do to drive your next dream?
I'll go first. Yeah, so for me, I've learned to just never give up and to keep focusing on growth as well. Like for me, always looking internally and finding ways to better myself, surrounding myself with the right people to push me to be better. And for me, like, I don't have one specific mentor in my life. I feel like I've almost learned something from everyone who has crossed my path, and I'm really grateful for that. And yeah, just stay focused. Like for me, it's taken me 18 years to get a proper opportunity. I heard someone say yesterday that really the most successful people are the ones that just stick to it for a long time. That's another thing I learned in real estate too, is the most successful people are the ones that were in it for at least 10 years before they finally broke through the glass ceiling. So if this is something, or no matter what job you're doing, if you're passionate about it and you want to be successful at it, stick with it. Focus on growing yourself and helping other people and seeing how you can provide value to everyone else around you, and it'll all work out in the end.
And if it doesn't work out, it's not the end.
Right, exactly.
Great. Melissa?
I actually had a really big lesson in this recently. I spent a lot of years as a privateer racer, and I don't have to tell you guys about finding sponsorship money. It is so hard. And then as I gradually made this shift over into the team owner role, one thing in two-wheel racing is you don't usually have riders paying for rides. It's just not a thing that happens. Usually the team finds the money if you want a good racer. That's how it works. So, the first year we raced in a small class, it didn't cost much money, it was easy. And then the next year, it was the same, kind of like a junior cup race for young kids. And then I wanted to put together something in the next class up, and I just I was like, if I find the money, you know, I'm going to run this kid. We're going to raise super sport. And we didn't find the money, and I had to go work as a crew chief for another team. And then the next year, it was like, okay, if I find the money, I'm going to get my team back together. We're going to go racing. And we didn't find the money. And I had to go work for the worst team ever. And it was a really hard year. I won a championship with a racer, but I mean, it was like the two of us against the team. Forget the rest of the paddock. It was so hard. And the same thing, that I said, if I can find the money next year, I'm going to get my team back together. I'm learning so much from these other teams, what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. I got to get my team back together. If I can find the money, we're going to go racing. And I didn't find the money. So I had to go work for another team again. And then I remember saying to my husband, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, when I was racing, I always found it. Like, I found the money. Why is it so much harder? Is it because I'm looking for money for boys to go racing? Because as a female, maybe that was an advantage. People wanted to help me. And he said, I don't think that's it. I think you just said you were going to go racing, and then you figured the rest out later. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. But I really thought about it, and I said, okay, we're going racing next year. And I went to Yamaha, and I said, I'm going racing next year. Can you support me? And they said, we can do a little bit, and they helped me out. And I got the racer I wanted. I said, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but we're going to go race the Twins Cup next year. Do you want to ride for me? And he said, yes. And then I just went on social media, and I said, we're going racing in the Twins Cup. And piece by piece, it was not pretty, but we found the money, you know, like little by little. There was a point in the middle of the year that I had to fly home from Pittsburgh and go sell a couple of my personal possessions to finish the season. But we finished the season, and we won a bunch of races on the way. And suddenly, for the next year, we had a big sponsor come on board, and it got a little easier. And that was when I realized, like, for me, you can't just say, if I do this, if I get this, then I'm going to do this. Like, you just have to decide to do it. You just have to jump off the cliff and figure it out as you go along. And you might fail. Like, I mean, I've had that happen even as a racer where I couldn't finish the season. But if you just sit there and say, I'm going to wait for the stars to align, I'm going to wait for, you know, someone to come in and help me, it's never going to happen. You just have to say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure it out. It's going to happen. And then you just have to jump in and do it.
Wow, thank you. I think that really spoke to a lot of people because it's that give and take. Can I do it? And, you know, the great things come on the other side of full commitment. And that's what you just gave us a great story for. Thank you. So in our last couple of minutes, Julie and then Caitlin.
Yeah, I think adding to that is just don't be afraid to raise your hand. And I think for me, I have to always push myself. My first reaction is always going to be, why me? And it really needs to be, why not me? And I remind myself that a lot. And I think we always are, someone was talking yesterday about their daughter with the job descriptions and like, okay, I have this, this, and this, but not this, this, and this. And it's like, no. Like, if you want it, go after it. And don't, I think we're always the first to find where the challenges are and why it may not work. Instead, like, no, it's going to work. Like, why not me? I deserve this. I'm going to try for this. So don't be afraid to raise your hand. And, you know, it's okay to be uncomfortable. That's one thing I have learned more than anything over the last year, is it's okay to be uncomfortable. And that's how you learn and how you grow. And so I would say that's kind of my 2 cents.
Awesome.
Yeah, you gotta take that self-confidence and determination, and it's gonna lead you to where you want to be. Like, kind of similar to Melissa. Like, before I got my spot over the wall, I kept saying, "Well, I don't think they're gonna give me the spot because I'm a female. They've never had one on this team be a female. I don't think it's gonna happen." But then I had to change my mindset to, I'm just as capable as anybody else here. Why not me? Why can't I do this? And just keep putting in the work and being determined to do it. And they're going to see that determination, and they're going to want that on their team, and it's going to lead you to be able to go after your dreams.
Rock on. You're doing that, aren't you, every single day? I can't wait to see what you do. So in closing, I have a little assignment. It's a 2.5 video. You can search on YouTube. It's Cara Dawson, the head women's basketball coach at Duke, and she gave this 2.5 minute talk to our team about getting better at harder. And I think that's such an embodiment of everything we've heard this morning is no one got easy up here. And we all, if we're following that dream and our passion, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard. And when it's hard, it's going to get harder. So we want to get better at harder. And I've heard so many messages at the summit about how we do that. And I just want to thank you all for sharing your stories and inspiring us and showing that hard is well worth it. Thank you.
Excellent job, ladies. I do think that the theme of these 2 days is the word badass or badassery. And what I've enjoyed about it is watching women be celebrated in and amongst themselves, even if it's someone that you work alongside, compete alongside. We're going to go on a 15-minute break, so I encourage you to find someone and tell them that they're a badass. I will begin. Heather DeBow, I absolutely loved working with you this season. You're a badass. as we try to stick to schedule here, we are going to go ahead and move into our next panel. If we can find our way to our seats as soon as you can. I love hearing the conversations. That means you're doing exactly what we have asked you today, and that is to find connections and to build your network. I know prior to our last panel discussion, I spoke about the youngest viewer watching on the live streamer. Well, I think I found our youngest participant in the room, all the way from the country of Azerbaijan. She is here with her mother. Aizu, I'm going to try to say that correctly. Where are you? I know they were over by the coffee and beverages, but I do want to give our 10-year-old in the room who is going to leave here with so much inspiration and seeing women living a dream that she now knows that she can also live. When they make it back, we'll make sure to give that proper recognition to Aizu and her mother for joining us from Azerbaijan in representation of the Grand Prix that is happening and will be there next year. For panel 5, our theme of this one is Don't Let Ego Get in the Way. It's presented by NASCAR. When the goal is to finish first, it's no secret that motorsports creates a very competitive environment just in nature alone. At times, the competition outside the organization can leak into competition existing within the organization. This discussion focuses on the way women working in motorsports are bringing about collaboration into an organization driving much more than just success on and off the track. Your moderator is Ashley Chalk. She is the Vice President at Partnerships at Tomorrow Sports Group. As Vice President of Global Partnerships, founded by Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, and sports executive Mike McCarley in June 2023. Before that, she served as the Vice President of Business Development for 15-time IndyCar Series championship team Chip Ganassi, and over 18 years of experience in sales and partnership marketing in sports and entertainment. Ashley is a board member of the Ronald McDonald House of West Michigan and a professed sports enthusiast with a passion for hot sauce, fast cars, live music, and her beloved rescue dog, Daisy. Do you carry the hot sauce in your purse?
I did not, but Connie had some backup.
Thank you, Ashley. Michelle Byron is the Senior Vice President of Partnership Marketing at NASCAR. She began her career in NASCAR over 25 years ago as the one and only woman. Promoted to Vice President of Partnership Marketing in November of 2020, becoming the first woman in NASCAR history to oversee its official partner business. Leads teams responsible for managing and delivering value to hundreds of brands invested in the sanctioning body and track facilities. Led the process of restructuring a new partnership marketing team after NASCAR and ISC integrated in 2020. She is raising 2 children with her husband in North Carolina. Welcome, Michelle. Alana Kastner is Vice President of Content Strategy at Parity. Parity guides athletes and brands to amplify their voices to help build the future of women's sports opportunities. She's previously the Director of the Creative Strategy at the Players Tribune, has worked in content and creative strategy at the NBA, the WNBA, and more. She's a longtime advocate for equality for women and for the LGBTQ community in sports. She has a BS from Pomona College, where she was the starting point guard and a standout track and field athlete. Jenny Kirklady is the global motorsports marketing manager for Ford Performance. Joined Ford in November of 2017. She spent over 18 years in Ford's marketing and PR agency, Campbell & Company, where she was vice president at her departure over to Ford. Connie Nyholm is the owner and CEO of VIR, Virginia International Raceway. Connie has overseen the resurrection of the historic track built in 1957 to be one of the top 6 road courses in America. Home of America's motorsport resort with on-site lodging, casual to fine dining, a spa, skeet, pistol, and rifle ranges, karting, and numerous on-track and other team-building activities. Before VIR, she was a self-employed real estate broker for nearly 12 years. Welcome to Connie.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for having us, and thank you, ladies. I know the last panel was described as some badassery up here. I would say that we have that. There's some incredible powerhouses up here for sure. So very honored to have this conversation today around a very hot topic, I would say, that I believe most of us have experienced in one way or another. Just out of curiosity, by raise of hands, how many people have faced some dynamic instances where ego has gotten in the way with decision making or trying to move the business forward? Everybody's hand should have gone up. So with that being said, the competition is fierce in sports, but in motorsports, it is a whole other dynamic on and off the track. You women have navigated the waters to rise above and get that seat at the table. But there are some things that you obviously have had to work through to be able to get that accomplished. So, Jeannie, I'm going to have you kick this one off. Can you share why, no matter what your title or position is, fostering strong working relationships is key to internal success with your team and organization? And I ask you that first because during our conversation, it's a bold statement and it's truth that motorsports is hard.
Well, I would say that I've become quite an expert of working with a lot of stars in the galaxy. That's what I like to say. And that extends internally and externally. But I think the key is connecting and understanding that everybody has their own individual objectives, right? We as a company, Ford Motor Company, we have our objectives. Team Penske, ThorSport Racing, Stewart Haas Racing, NASCAR, we all have our own goals and objectives. And so it's all about coming to the table together, understanding our individual goals and objectives, respecting them, listening to one another, but not being shy when it comes to pushing back or throwing out a crazy idea or asking for something crazy like, hey, how about we swap the driver that's going for the aero test in a couple weeks? Like, can we do that? Because I kind of need that driver to come here on that day. So it's like, you just have to be confident, you have to be assertive, and you have to be respectful. And I think if you have that recipe, then everyone can move forward in a positive and productive way.
Absolutely, thank you. All of you have teams that report into you, and you are being an influence to each of them on how you should be fostering those relationships internally to create those moments of collaboration. Can you lean into that, Michelle, with your team on how you're really being that leader to drive that message?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us in the world of partnerships specifically, showing that we need to have the big picture always in mind. Our instinct is to go in and fight for the brand every day, and when I say the brand, it's really we're working for all of the brands that are investing in NASCAR, whether it's the league and or the tracks. So really understanding the importance of that internal dynamic and those internal relationships is just as important as what we deliver externally to our clients. So really what I say to my team all day, every day is I will approve every single expense report that is taking a teammate from another department out to lunch or to coffee and really talking about what we can do for each other in business versus having it be that one-way street. I think that's the biggest thing for us.
Absolutely. Alana, do you want to build on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely probably the person up here that has the least experience in motorsports specifically, though over the last 3 years, I've definitely learned my fair share of how this whole world works. My background is much more sport agnostic in terms of the work that I do every day at Parity and my background before that. But a lot rings true, and as far as leading, I mean, from an internal perspective, trust, transparency, giving people autonomy to do their jobs and be great at them and figure out how each person needs to be motivated to show up every day around the same common and core messaging is really, really important. And we like to have a lot of fun doing it because we work with over 900 athletes, pro women athletes across 75 sport disciplines to try to get them sponsorships, opportunities, and the like. And so it's really, really fun work, and we're trying to make money doing it. So everyone's really aligned.
And congratulations to Parity for everything that has transpired over this week. Connie, so building on that, anybody that knows Connie, she knows how to drop some truth bombs, is how I'd like to put that. And one of them during our conversation was leadership sets the tone. And I think the saying goes to, right, a fish rots from the head down. And so there's really setting that tone of putting that ego to the side in order to move the business forward, to get things accomplished. Can you speak to that and why that is something that you really have built into the culture there?
Yeah, I'm a huge believer in pushing authority and responsibility down and to empowering your people to do what they know how to do best. And I'm not going to be the one to get in their way. I tell people, fans come running at me as I'm walking around the property, which any of you who know me knows I walk a lot. And they say, "Oh, are you Miss Connie?" And I'm like, "Yes." And they say, "How do you do it?" I said, "I have 360 people making me look good."
Yeah, and that's important, right? Because the leadership setting the tone to cultivate that essence of collaboration is important, right? Because it doesn't matter, like we kicked off, like it doesn't matter your title, your position. Those are things that are great that we are accomplishing and what we're striving for, because that's where we work so hard, especially as women. But sometimes we've got to put that to the side. I know I'm guilty about this. I was having a conversation with a dear friend out here in the audience about this, but do you find that we as women, more so than men, find it the necessity to prove ourselves pretty instantly when coming into a conversation to like prove your worth?
I'll take that one. I think for me, it was actually the opposite. It was very much come into the conversation, come into a meeting, an ideation session, whatever it was, and just put my head down and work, and let the work and the results speak for themselves. In hindsight, not what I would suggest for people to do. But I think that imposter syndrome is real, but I think it's real within us. When I look back and I really reflect on those moments of often asked, what would you change? And it was that ability to look up and look out and learn from other people versus feel like I just have to do it on my own and prove myself, that you do deserve to be a part of those conversations. And it shouldn't feel forced. You shouldn't feel that you have to hurry up and get the first word in. In a perfect world, everyone's respected equally and everyone has that seat at the table. But I would say, admittedly, I had the wrong outlook probably the first decade of my career. And it's the one thing I would change, and it's the one thing I hammer home to everyone on my team, male or female, and certainly to a senior and high school daughter that I have today. I thought if I would have just listened and understood those lessons 20 years ago, it's amazing what could have been accomplished above and beyond.
And you and I were talking about that when you were sharing, Michelle's been with NASCAR for 24 years. That's remarkable, without a doubt. And you've described it as you've worked for multiple different companies, you work with all these brands, so you're constantly having different jobs at the end of the day. But with that story that you just referenced of like that first decade of keeping your head down, and once you recognized that showing up exactly who you are, being exactly the authentic person that you are was all that was needed, what started to change professionally for you once you had that aha moment and that realization?
Yeah, I think it really was an aha moment for me. I grew up loving sports. I come from a family of 3 daughters, so my dad's like, here's how you play football, here's how you play basketball, it's happening. And I just loved the thrill of it, I loved the strategy of it, I loved the teamwork of it, the competition of it fueled me considerably. And I think I had always felt like, okay, I can be a guy's girl. Like, that's the world that I grew up in. I'm comfortable in that. And when you start in the world of sports in the 90s, just to date myself, obviously, start in the world of sports in the 90s, start within motorsports in the sports world, and then my first job on partnership within NASCAR was in the automotive aftermarket group. So it was like this triple whammy of men, and more men. So I think for me, I thought, I've got this, I'm a guy's girl. And I spent that first decade showing them I was just like them and I could be just like them, when the reality was, the minute I really had to count on myself, my true self, to cultivate relationships with partners, cultivate relationships internally, and it was such a natural feeling to just lean into who you are. And then at that moment, my business relationships got stronger. I felt the need, less of a need to keep my head down in meetings and look up and look out and talk and share my ideas. I don't think it's a coincidence that that's when things started to get a lot better for me in business.
I can relate to that. So 20 years ago, I call it my first big kid job after 2 internships, was at Daytona National Speedway working for the amazing president, Robin Bragg, and going through that. And same thing, like growing up around boys, having a lot of, boyfriends, not boyfriends, but friends that are boys, playing sports, all of those wonderful things. There's certain psychological dynamics that play into all of that, and then stepping into this industry of just thinking that you have to keep up with the good old boys club, and when you realize that just being exactly who you are is enough from that piece, and that you didn't have to stretch an unnecessary ego or to really, as we call it sometimes, peacock, when you walk into a room like that. But Jeannie, with your incredible line of work with Ford, was starting out on the agency side, but truly, 17 years you've worked on the brand, and when your predecessor stepped aside, you were tapped for that role. What do you believe that you did in those moments, whether it was through communication or through positioning, and just being who you are, to know that you were ready for that, and that's why they tapped you to step into that role with Ford Performance?
I don't know. I think it's interesting because chemistry plays a lot into making a great team, right? Just clicking with people, being on the same wavelength with people, personalities are a good fit. When Julie was up here, I kind of chuckled to myself because I graduated with a journalism degree. And then when I was done, I was like, why the hell did I do that? I don't want to do this anymore. And so I was like, I'm going to look for a job in PR because that's a good, parlay. And I interviewed for a role on the motorsports PR team at Campbell at the time. And I'm going to give a shout out to Kevin Kennedy. Some of you might know him out here. But he was a great mentor to me. And he declined me. And I was like, all right, well. So then 3 months later, they called me back and they said, hey, why don't you come work for the community team at Ford and on the media relations team. So that's how I got my foot in the door. And then about 8 years later, Kevin Kennedy tapped me on the shoulder and said, hey, we have this role on the marketing team with the Ford Performance team, and it's kind of in shambles right now, and we could really use a strong person to move into that seat and offer some leadership and get the team back on track. I said, okay, well, what are the next steps? He's like, can you go to lunch with Tim Doerr today, maybe? And I was like, oh, thanks for the notice, dude. Okay. So I went to lunch with Tim, and we spent a couple hours together at lunch, and we just forged a great friendship, and I knew just enough about motorsports to be dangerous. Now, I've always been a sports enthusiast, so I just dove in, did some homework, spent a lot of time with Tim, started mixing with the team pretty quickly, and here I am. So when Tim retired, it was a very natural move for Ford to ask me to come over and backfill for him. So I'm extremely appreciative and grateful for that. And sometimes I think to myself, I'm really tired. Maybe I want to sit in a corner somewhere and have a quiet job. But then when I really sit back and think about it, like, this is where I'm meant to be. Sports, motorsports, this crazy dynamic between corporate America and professional sports. It's like this clash of, like, you're in this constant tug of war every minute, but I don't know anything else. And so here I am, and teamwork makes the dream work, I guess.
Heck yeah, it does. Well, I mean, for you to have Tim, right, that's a strong ally that really set the tone from a leadership for you to step in and continue to be this great influence. And as you shared, Ford Performance has grown 5 times over. So back to motorsports is hard, as we all know. It is a 365-day industry, 24/7. But Connie, during our conversations, speaking of your Tim would be Harvey. Can you speak to and share about that dynamic when you and Harvey came together and recognizing we need to figure out how to lean into strengths and weaknesses, because that's important, right? That goes back to setting egos aside, recognizing those strengths to make sure that we can make this all happen. And this is after you, of course, crushed the commercial real estate industry. That was a male-dominated industry.
Yeah, it was a great transition. I met Harvey through real estate. We were introduced by his number 2 person who started a networking group with me and 5 other women called Women in Retail Real Estate, where we brought brokers together in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, another male-dominated firm. And so we started this networking, and it took off from there. And one day Peggy called and said, hey, my crazy boss has put this property under contract in Virginia. Have you ever heard of Danville? And I'm like, yeah, I grew up in Martinsville, and I didn't know of VIR because it closed when I was 15. So when I went in to meet with him, and we hit it off right away and realized that we had very complementary strengths and weaknesses, and we were having one hell of a good time resurrecting this magnificent 1,200-acre property according to his dream. And so he's running around doing everything aesthetic, and I'm getting all the permits for water and sewer and construction and everything else. And we were both very, very happy that way. And then we started building our staff. And I remember the day we opened, the headline in the Danville paper was, VIR reopens, does anyone care? So that started people calling us, because coming from New York at the time, we thought we had to keep everything under the radar and then open up, and everybody would burst down the gates and we would be immediately successful. Well, not so. So we had to crawl ahead and build our business, which we really appreciated and enjoyed, because we got to make decisions daily on what we were learning and what we wanted it to be, and who we wanted to be on our team, and how they would interact, and how we would always enjoy each other. And today, one of our core values is one team all in, protect the brand, protect the legacy, and we've never changed.
That's definitely impactful. Just another example of that ally that coming together to make something happen and to make that dream work. There's been a thread here as well with speaking up, right? Communication, not being afraid to have tough conversations, and definitely not apologizing for speaking up either. Alana, you have an incredible role, and you are influencing and can influence so many young female athletes to really encourage them to not forget what their worth and their value is. How are you going about making sure that they need to not forget to amplify their voice and to speak up when you may not be there to foster them along as they go forth?
Yeah, it's a funny question, because it's twofold, really. So not only are we constantly reminding all of these women and everyone to be their most authentic selves always. I mean, you spoke to it earlier, like the minute you figured out you wanted to be who you wanted to be in the workplace, your career went that much further. But I think if you look at the landscape of women's sports, and this is across all of them, motorsport included, like the topics are the same: pay equity, pay transparency, opportunity, why are brands sponsoring in one arena and not the other, all that. It's really the same across the board, and a lot of it mirrors how in some places, the conversation around women in the world, and there's a lot there that's also mirrored. And so I think just showing up every day and being who you are and not being afraid to tell that story is really, really, really important. And then on the flip side of that, every single day, myself and some of my colleagues are sitting in rooms, and I'm sure many of you can relate, but we're having to convince brands how valuable these women athletes are. And so they're not even in the room for those conversations, right? And we've come up with really interesting ways to tell those stories and talk about it. And it's amazing to have so many male allies in this room and across the board, but it's also really frustrating when you get on a call and somebody tells you they care about women's sports now because they have a daughter, right? And I'm like, not because women are the other half of the population, or because this has been going on for years and women are here and they're thriving and all of that. And so it's been really interesting to see perspective shifts. And listen, I'm glad I'm all the girl dads and you see it across the sports landscape, but it has to be bigger than that, right? And women have to be the ones forcing those conversations. And the more women athletes we can get to show up and show out and share about who they are, hopefully more people will listen and write checks, right? And do more, but yeah.
And that comes back to, and these have been discussions that I've heard in breakout panels yesterday as well, but that walking the walk and talking the talk, where we see it every day, not just in motorsports, but across the entire sports industry right now with that, where let's check the box because we're doing something for women or this particular cause or what have you. But then when you turn around and look inside the organization, it's not being reflected either. But how do you go about when you recognize, and I'll give this one to you, Michelle, and this is maybe just from observations where you see that happening and you know that you need to quickly pivot that conversation and to be an example to your team on how you can go about walking the walk and talking the talk and changing that dynamic where there might be an ego that's really getting in the way from that transition?
Yeah, I think in our world, it's just about the idea. And we talk about, I mean, everything stems from an idea and an objective and really understanding that when we do ideation sessions, sometimes we'll just start throwing things up on a board. It doesn't matter who said it and who builds off of that. And it's, look, along the way, I have seen a shift in our world from gaining a lot of female empowerment and confidence perspective from the outside. Not saying this just because they're in the room and they're sponsoring this event. I guess it's NASCAR, a brand shout out is appropriate, but I remember the first partnership negotiation that I was in 2000, and it was with Mobile One, and I was floored because up to that point, the first 3 years, I was normally the only female in the room, and usually I was, quite honestly, because I was entry level, maybe not because I was female, I was the note taker. And I would go in and I would just write everything down, and then I would, on the way back or once we got back to the office, I would basically regurgitate everything that was said in the meeting, and that was my role. Well, when I walked in to the Mobile One negotiation, it was all women negotiating for Mobile One. This first ever NASCAR league sponsorship that they were having. So that gave me that little dose of perspective. And then moving along, and our OE partners investing in female drivers and how important that is. Anheuser-Busch, an ally, committing to spending corporate dollars towards females. So I will say, and to be completely honest, a lot of that perspective first came from the outside in. I'm seeing that shift internally, and it's amazing to watch. But I think what I like the most is when I try to have these deep, meaningful conversations with the younger female members on my team and other teams throughout the company. It's almost like it's a foreign concept to them, that they would be held down in any way, shape, or form because they're a female. And I thought, wow, that's fantastic. I guess guess this conversation isn't really as worthwhile as I thought it was going to be or as life-changing. But that's honestly such a refreshing thing. I see that perspective now internally. So you talk about walking the walk, and I think we're at a place where across the board, in our world, internally and externally, where that's on the track, at the track, away from the track, and in board meetings and boardrooms, it's happening, and I think that's so fantastic. I love it.
Absolutely exciting to see the transition that is happening, and obviously this is a testament right here of what is changing from that perspective. So you brought up negotiation.
Yes.
Negotiation. Everybody in this room is negotiating. I hear from my friends with their kids. They're constantly negotiating with their children on a day-to-day basis as well.
Children are negotiating with us.
Okay, there we go. There
Yes.
we go. From that negotiation piece, when you walk into these conversations with brands, Alana, when you're sitting there as well with these brands, making sure they recognize the value, Jeannie as well, when you're sitting there and making sure that everything needs to continue to move forward for forward performance, and Connie for everything that continues to develop with all the new additions that are going to be taking place at the track. Negotiations are happening every time, but through some conversations that each of us had, negotiation really, that is another prime example of where egos need to be checked. And sometimes, I think, Michelle, you said it, you just have to lay your armor down and start problem solving to be able to get to where everyone needs to get to. And again, I know we've said the word collaboration every 2 seconds, but it's truly what that is as well. Can each of you share an example of that where you've really, in those moments, in those hard-pressing moments of negotiation, where you just realize, like, let's just pause here. Like, I need to, like, quit showing, like, that I can sit here and just negotiate you under the table, and versus we need to problem solve.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you lead in negotiation, collaboration is almost the side effect of just what is right, what is fair. And there's been a lot of times where some other people that might not be in the room, but they know you're going in to negotiate, and they're like, well, make sure you get this, and don't, hold the line here, and don't back down here. And I always just say, what is our end goal? And that's what I'm going to keep in mind. I'm not going to try to win every single key point that's going into a contract or that's part of the negotiation. It's really about, if we both want to get to the same end goal and we're using that same North Star throughout the negotiation, then collaboration just happens because you're in it trying to solve for the problems and meet the objectives together. And I will say more times than not, when you approach it that way, what I've learned is you end up ahead of what the goal was. And I think there's a way that both sides can feel like they ended up ahead of what that goal was. And I always just feel like if you lead with what's right and you lead with what's important and you stay true, each brand, in my case, it's each brand is staying true to what their core values are and what their core objectives are, then you're probably going to end up in a pretty good place. So sometimes I'll just say, I've got this, and sometimes I don't have it. But with the team, it's really just saying we've got this, and just keep that end goal in mind, and understand that once you finish the negotiation, that's the beginning. So you want to put something together that everyone feels really good about, and then it becomes fun to execute. But I do tell the team every day is a renewal day. Everything we do every day.
Great
so
reminder.
we do lead with that for sure internally, but I think just keeping that end goal in mind is so important.
I think I'll just add 2 things to that is all about decisiveness. Indecisiveness drives me crazy. So oftentimes I'm the one inserting myself, like putting a stake in the ground, like, okay, we need to make some decisions here. Can we stop talking about this until we're blue in the face? And then also the whole, you have to give and take sometimes. You do have to be flexible. We all want to win. We all want the outcome to be in our favor. But at the same time, at Ford, we're really big about the spirit of partnership. So, being able to look at it holistically and making sure that everybody walks away from the table feeling good about where we landed.
And that's an art form. Connie, do you want to lean
is
in
an
on
art
that?
form. Thank you. I guess the negotiations that I'm involved with are so different than what you ladies do because my main activities are what we call outside the gate. So I'm negotiating with the banks. I've negotiated a change in ownership twice because I'm on my third partner. And substituting one partner for another is the most difficult thing I've ever done when the banks have to agree and all your other stakeholders. You know, I negotiate with municipalities and the politicians for water and sewer rights and things like that. So usually we find out pretty quickly that we're really on the same team and we want the same things for different reasons. And usually I'll have to find another voice to come and help advocate for us because mine is self-serving. I mean, I own the place. And so that's different than, you know, I signed the front of the check, which is different than just cashing the check. And so I think I come from a little bit of different perspective and just always try to be humble and keep the ball in their court as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone pretty much said it best, but the only other thing I'll add in is it never hurts if you convince the other side that it's actually that your idea is actually their idea, and you seem to get to terms much more quickly.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely a benefit. You know, I don't want to mistake ego for there's confidence, right? Like we all need to understand like confidence. Confidence is not a bad thing, right? But it's also checking yourself as far as like how that confidence extends to then being classified as a overinflated ego. And for anybody that cares, ego, if you look up what the definition is, in Latin, it's I. And we say I a lot, right? And that's okay. That's absolutely okay, but it's also where you pause and you understand, okay, maybe I overexerted myself with all of that. So you touched upon a little bit and mentioned it actually, Michelle, imposter syndrome. I was in New York a couple weeks ago for an SBJ Game Changers event, and there was a woman that was speaking, and she shared a statistic that was staggering to me. And she said that 70% of women have imposter syndrome. I was like, wow. I mean, I know at one point or another, I have faced that, and that's okay, and there's no shame in recognizing that and speaking to that. But from that as well, you know, building upon that, I don't know what it is sometimes with women, but once we've arrived, once we've gotten to the table and we've worked and we've done everything and we've just absolutely put everything down on the line, we sometimes forget how we got there. Can you explain, you know, why then that we would go into, or sometimes why women go into a survival mode once we get there when oftentimes I don't see any men having to do that?
Yeah, I think, look, I would think that number would be higher, to be completely honest. And just in the conversations I've had, what I experienced, not just 25, 26 years ago, but what I experienced this morning. You know, you're in a room with all these great, impactful, powerhouse people, and it's like, wait a minute, what am I going to say that's different from what other really smart, successful people have said on this stage? And so I think it's I think it's prevalent in women in part because systemic cultures and all of that exists. I also think by nature, we're not, for the most part, I people. We're share the space people. We're really, let's come to solutions, and we know that you can get to a solution quickly and more positively if more people are a part of it. So I think part of it is just, you know, we don't as a whole feel comfortable or feel that it's natural to be you know, like I deserve to be here, I need to be here. And I think part of it is healthy, and then part of it is you've got to understand where that line is, where now you've crept into destroying or eroding your confidence. And so I think it's okay to always have a little bit of imposter syndrome. I think that it's good. It keeps us motivated, it keeps us challenged. For me, at least personally, it helps me to continue to strive when I see a quality or hear a great comment from somebody. I'm like, I need to adopt that. I need to somehow figure out how to work that into my everyday life. And so I think imposter syndrome, yes, it's said as a negative thing. I think sometimes for me, it can be a driver. And as long as I don't let it erode my confidence, then it's not as bad as maybe it appears to be.
Alana, how are you tackling that with these young female athletes stepping into and knowing that they're under a spotlight and going to continue to be under a spotlight as these brands start to align with them to make sure that they remember and stay authentic to themselves and not fall into a deep, dark hole of that potential imposter syndrome?
Yeah, I think it's prevalent everywhere, but there's definitely a generational change in sort of how the younger athletes are approaching their situations and how they feel about themselves, and it's amazing. When I first started my career, I was in professional basketball. I worked at the NBA and WNBA, and I was one of the only women in every room for many, many, many years, even on the women's side, on the WNBA side of things. And what I realized was imposter syndrome looks really different at every stage of your career, and so the few women that were elevated didn't really do much at all to help uplift anyone below them. They sort of felt like they had finally staked their claim in the space, and it was just theirs to own, and they were going to be the only woman in the next room, as opposed to filling the room with more women. And so I think one of the things that we talk about a lot is bringing everyone with you. And I mean, it's the way I like to lead. It's the way everyone at my company exists. It's most of the people that I interact with have that same mentality, because it doesn't do anybody any good if your imposter syndrome just shifts to a new level and you're like, all right, well now I'm here and everyone else just will stay down there so I can stay more important. That's not helpful to anybody. So as it relates to the athletes, one, the younger generation, their imposter syndrome percentage is probably far less than ours is. And two, just making sure that everyone can rise together, because the wave is much more impactful than one person out there swimming by themselves.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Amen, for sure. Jeannie, you said a great statement of, we get to do this. That's true, right? Sometimes we laugh, but we get to do this, and meaning we get to do these incredible jobs, work in an incredible industry of sports and entertainment. Really, at the end of the day, we're putting smiles on people's faces and we're entertaining them. Whether you're a race car driver or you're a track president or you're selling sponsorships, at the end of the day, it's all about the fans. And again, that's where sometimes you have to remember that, to check yourself again, that this isn't just an I component, right? It's just not your department or your team. It's about everybody coming together so you can do this and you can make the best of it. Just, I know we just have a few minutes left here, but can each of you go through of kind of sharing quickly, because this was another thing Connie had shared, another truth bomb. Fail early and fail small. So kind of thinking about when we all need to come together and realize at the end of the day what the end goal is and what that mission is. Can you share, Connie, I'm going to kick it to you since you share that. What was an example that drives that statement?
Yeah, I mean, I like fail early, fail small, because we always like to stick our neck out and try new things. And because we're independently owned and operated, and you have to have the VIR DNA to be part of our team, we're not afraid of taking risk. And I came into team meeting one day and I said, hey, I've got this great idea. I want to do Adventure Day. And they're like, what's Adventure Day? And I said, oh, we're going to have 4 different activities and we're all going to do this and that and other. And they looked at me like I had 3 heads and said, no, we're not, because we don't have anyone to provide that for us. We'd have to leave our primary task to go and deliver that. 10 years later, when we have Skip Barber on site and Kaizen Autosport and Racing for Heroes, we have lots of people to deliver that for us. And now we're doing Adventure Day very successfully, but I didn't even get to take it out of the room the first time. So we failed early, we failed small.
I think you said it right. I mean, we're in an environment where we're pushing boundaries, right? So inevitably, we're gonna fail. I feel like, and even today, even more so, the fans and our customers, they're all craving bigger, better, cooler, out-of-the-box, edgy stuff, right? Well, in order to do that, you have to do some crazy shit. So, we think about all these crazy ideas, and then it's like, okay, let's go, and hope that there's not we have a lot of variables working against us, too. We have people coming in from around the world to do things with us. Well, I hope they don't miss their flight. I hope their flight doesn't get canceled. We have Mother Nature to contend with each and every day. Everything we do outside is in a car. We can't do any of it inside. So, you know, I think that we're always kind of throwing caution to the wind and saying a prayer that it's going to work out the way that we want to. I mean, even in motorsports, stuff breaks. You know, we just shipped a car home the other day because something broke, you know, and that happens, and that's okay. You stand up, you brush yourself off, you come up with, okay, what can we do to make this right? What can we do to make this somewhat of a success? And then you move on, and then you move on to the next idea, and you move on to the next race. And that's just the way it goes. And you have to be mentally and emotionally strong to just move on. It's time to move on.
And those moments of failing early and fail fast, those are the moments that we can't forget, right? When we do arrive to the table, that don't forget how you got there. Don't forget that you had those moments that taught you that, you know, you're not going to always be right. But hopefully everyone here from this discussion really took away that it is truly all about collaboration. This is not, right, there's no I in team, and nothing's going to change, and nothing's going to continue to progress forward in a positive way if that mentality is set forth inside an organization, a team, a league, or whatever it is. So ladies, thank you so very much for joining this conversation, and really had a great time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
We're going to settle into our next keynote here next, but I did mention our youngest participant in the room, and listening to this panel, I think that we all, oh yeah, I'm coming to you. I think that we all hope that the next generation doesn't feel some of the things that we might feel currently, and that everyone inside of this room has the mission and the hope that is something that will be alleviated over future generations of women entering into the workforce in motorsports and automotive. So Sue, I will have you stand up. I know I just put a microphone in front of your face all the way from Azerbaijan. Tell us, what has been your favorite part of this experience so far?
I really enjoyed this summit. It really motivated me.
We're all cheering you on right now.
Okay, maybe.
Go ahead.
No. Well, I guess the most important thing is this summit really motivates everyone, like all these young girls and women, to participate in motorsport, which usually guys take part in, but now like girls are more like interested in it because of the opportunities you give us.
At this point, what do you want to be when you're older?
I would really love to be a lawyer, but still the fact that like it's really just motivates people to like try harder, I guess.
Well, thank you. What you have done right now is very brave to both of you. Our keynote now is going to be focused on Give Me Data. It is presented by Sports Innovation Lab and Allie. Morgan Stearns is the Senior Project Manager at Sports Innovation Lab. As Senior Project Manager at Sports Innovation Lab, she is responsible for managing fan intelligence and strategic data programs from idea to execution. She's worked with many blue-chip companies like Nike, Coca-Cola, New Balance, NFL, and the WNBA, and more. A former professional soccer player who has transitioned her love for the game into a career helping companies understand the data behind sports. Previously working in fundraising and operation at her alma mater, the University of Virginia, for the Virginia Athletics Foundation, and the Vice President of Student Affairs. Go Wahoos. Welcome. Allie Donnelly is the Chief Executive Officer at More Than Equal, finding the first female F1 champion. CEO of More Than Equal, an organization dedicated, as we just said, to finding the first female Formula One world champion. They are based in London. Prior to that, worked at Sport England from 2019 to 2023 as Executive Director, looking after marketing, communications, digital, and innovation. Prior to that, had senior communication roles for the UK government. Positions included Deputy Official Spokesperson at the Head of News for the Prime Minister, Theresa May, at Downing Street, and Head of News at HM Treasury, working for the Chancellor. I don't know how to say that word. I'm going to ask you later. Held senior communications and marketing roles at the Premiership Rugby Club Wasp, Senior Communications Officer for the BBC, and recently published the first book exploring a 100-year history of women's game of rugby. The book was shortlisted for Rugby Book of the Year in 2023. And Allie, I have to say, you guys are killing it on social media. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you. Awesome. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I recognize we are what stands in the way of you and your lunch, and we are trying to talk to you about data. So I get that might not sound like the most exciting topic to every single person, but I have found a true passion and excitement for it when you understand how to unlock and unleash the power that data can have in the women's sports space, and specifically here in women in motorsports. Perfect. So here I'm really excited to talk to you guys about some cutting edge data and research that our organization, Sports Innovation Lab, just released to the market 2 weeks ago. I think this is really our second opportunity to share this in market with people who are excited about women's sports, growing women's sports ecosystem, and driving real investment dollars into the space. And as was mentioned, I am personally excited about this because I was a former collegiate and professional athlete. So you can tell as a goalkeeper, I did not move nearly as fast as the athletes in this room, but I can understand and appreciate the life of a female athlete, the life of a female professional athlete, what it means to be elite and world class in something, and be working really hard in the background to try to get the environment and stuff to meet that as well. So from that perspective, I'm super excited to talk with you all more today, but want to give you a little bit of a background on who we are at Sports Innovation Lab. What are we? We're a bunch of data nerds, for starters, but we're also people who are super passionate about sports and, again, growing the sports ecosystem and helping sports organizations, properties, brands, teams, leagues, tech companies, media companies make smarter and more informed business decisions in their business practices. So we do that across the industry, both for men's and women's sports. We do that at a bunch of different levels, but an area where we've been really excited to really point this data engine, because we're a data company. We're working on building the sports data cloud for the industry, helping these organizations become smarter, understand who their current fan is, identify who their future fan is, and really help them grow and maximize the value of those fans in the space. But in order to do that, we have a couple of different ways where we like to point this engine, but a really exciting place is towards women's sports. So we have a couple of points of view, but one of the big things is that we've done research over the last couple of years, and we've turned that research into the Women's Sports Club, which you'll get a QR code at the end. And I really invite anybody in this room who, if you represent a property, an agency, a brand, if you're looking to drive money towards women in motorsports, if you're looking to cut a check, if you're looking to ask someone to cut a check, come join our club. We want you here. We want you in it. We want you a part of it. You are a part of the women's sports ecosystem, and we need that, your voice and that representation in the space. And there we're really devoted to, like I said, making deals, driving deals. It's not just a networking event. We're really encouraging people to do that, and I'll encourage you to do the same at the end of this as well. Use lunch, use networking to make a connection, find someone, reach out to them, and hopefully we can translate that into more ad sponsorship, media opportunities for the women's sports space. But in doing so, we also point our data engine towards creating research and creating reports. So we started in 2021 with the Fan Project, where there we really just were looking to make the business case for women's sports, show that there is money to be spent and money to be made here. And it's not just about, it was mentioned in the last one, it's not just about a CEO whose daughter played soccer or does motocross or plays volleyball. That's exciting, and if that's their inroad to women's sports, great. But it's more than that, right? There's money, again, there's money to be spent and money to be made in this space, and we believe it's good business practice to invest and be a player in this space. So then we expanded that, and we looked at the fan community. So for us, the growth of the women's fan community, it's not just women who are fans of sports. I think that's a common misconception. For us, if you are a member of the fans of women's sports community, that means you have spent money with a women's sports property. You're buying merch, you're buying tickets, you're showing up to games, you're on OTT networks, on streaming networks, right, to be able to watch these games. So you are showing up, you are spending your money, which is a great behavioral indicator that you're going to be a fan and you're going to continue to show up in this space. And what we found in that report was that folks who are part of that community, who show up and who spend money in the women's sports space, they reward the brands who show up there as well. They continue to increase brand affinity, brand likability, all of these things, and we've got a couple of clients that we work with to help them understand this and validate that kind of work. So that was our second report. And then the third one, as I said to you today, pretty new, just getting it out into the market, which is exciting. But it's the ROI of women's sports, and it's a blueprint, right, for value investing, meaning this is meant to be used as a tool. We have a lot of people, at events like this, at sporting events, whatever, that come up to us and say, oh, we're so excited, we used your report, it's really exciting stuff, and that's super validating and inspiring for us. But this one was really designed to be that blueprint, to be that tool for you all to go use and understand and get in the market. And again, I'll have a QR code at the end, so you can either join the club and get the report. All that will be accessible to you. So here's the deal. A lot of buzz around women's sports right now, generally in the space, right? Big media deals, that's exciting, right? We're getting, record-breaking attendance numbers at all of these events, huge contracts, whatever. We're feeling like, oh, there's a buzz here. Ooh, there's growth here. There's some excitement here. So that's great. We're probably thinking, okay, well, brands must be spending millions of dollars in this space, right? Okay, if it's growing, if we're moving in that direction, there's got to be this investment, right? There's got to be this increase. That's not the full story. Through the Women's Sports Club, our researchers, our analysts, our strategists, they conducted a survey and spoke to Fortune 500 brands to get a better idea, to really set a benchmark for what the what the spend is of these brands' sports media budgets. And what we found was that on average, brands were spending 9% of their sports media budget on women's sports. So let me pause there real quick before you look at the other half of the dollar, right? So that's, okay, all right, we're moving in the right direction, right? I think a lot of us have probably heard the less than 1% of media dollars being spent. So I think that it's exciting that there's some growth there. And we're proud of the fact that, okay, cool, this benchmark gives us an understanding of where we are today. But that still leaves a 91% being spent on the men's sports space. So there's a lot of room there for us to grow. There's a lot of room for these brands, for these agencies, for media companies to really step up and really meet the demand that the fans have for this space. So we pushed it a little further. We said, okay, so that's what you're spending today. That's what you were for your 2023 budget. What about 2024? What about next year? Are you looking to expand it? Are you keeping it the same? What's the energy there? So the good news is that 83% of respondents reported, okay, we are gonna increase. We do plan to increase in 2024. So again, okay, cool, we've got momentum here, we're feeling good about it. But of that 83%, 2/3 said they were only planning to increase by 10% or less. So it's not a huge adjustment where we're looking at trying to really get to equity, right? Get to 50-50 spend that some of these really big brands, some of them have pledged to do, which is really exciting. Yeah. That is, we can clap to that. People who are trying to get involved and trying to support that, I agree. So here's the thing. I kind of think of it this way. It's a little bit of a racing pun, but bear with me, right? I feel like the keys are in the ignition. We've turned on the engine. Okay, we're there. But it's time to put our foot on the freaking gas, right? It's time for us to really accelerate the number of dollars going into the women's sports space. And the only way we're going to do that is to evolve the way that we invest. So through our report, again, this is a comprehensive report. This is a 50-page report, so we're going to try to distill it down as much as we can to make it digestible right before lunch. But one of the big things that we found were these sort of two opportunities to make an impact in this space. The first was through value investment. So this is a financial strategy that investors use to look at a stock that's grossly undervalued but has a really high growth potential. And so in our mind, women's sports, it's grossly undervalued. There's so much more value there than what it's getting credit for, with a massive growth potential. In that second report we said, or I talked about earlier, women's sports, the fans of women's sports community had a community growth score of 40%. So in a lot of the industry across the board is either holding flat, in some case viewership is declining. Women's sports, it's increasing. People are there. The fans want to be involved. They want to show support. They're having a really hard time getting there, and I'll get to that a little bit more. And the second step is understanding for brands, right, as part of this blueprint, as part of this tool, for brands, for agencies, for media companies, to figure out the right fit for how they might be able to invest. So looking at it based on the level of impact you want to have in the space, by the the level of risk that you're kind of willing to take on as an organization, we came up with 3 separate investment profiles: association, enhancement, pioneering. So association is the idea that maybe something already exists in the space. You're not having to create anything new. It's already there, and you can go put media dollars behind it. You can go put investment behind that. Enhancement is, all right, maybe the games already exist, maybe the races already exist, but we need to expand it. We need to get more people there. We're going to have to do some things to help increase fan engagement. So we're going to have to put a little bit more risk into it to get a little bit more reward. And then the last is pioneering, right? These are brands who are looking to fundamentally change the industry or the league or the circuit, right? They're coming in and they're creating something that either wasn't there before or, totally overhauling something that was and making it sort of the world-class experience that I think the athletes and the fans themselves deserve. And look, we get it, right? Investment, it's about making money. When I invest in something, I want a return. I get that. If I'm a brand and I'm putting money into something, same way. I got the same idea. I want to do the same thing. And we respect that at Sports Innovation Lab. And that's why we're trying to really emphasize the point that it's not just about hard. It's not just about, it's the right thing to do. It's about the fact that there is a real ROI and there's a real investment and a real return on that investment to be made. But the magic of women's sports is that even though it is about the money and even though it is about winning, and I know so many people are competitive in here, I heard it this morning when I first walked in, right? We're chasing trophies, we're competitive as hell. That is us. That's what makes up this ecosystem across women's sports. But the beautiful thing is that you get both in women's sports, right? So not only do you get an ROI, but you also, right, you're doing good for business, but you're also doing good, right? You're creating opportunities to inspire. I mean, tough act to follow how awesome we're our 2 youngest participants in the entire, conference. That's like the coolest thing ever. And so when you're investing in this space, not only do you get a return, but also it's intrinsically linked to the ability to kind of do good and to create opportunity. But there's a business case here as well. So when we looked at, fan behavior, following the athletes themselves, a connection to the athletes, that's one of the strongest links that fans have. We see this across some other sports as well, right? Where if a player is transferred from one team to the other, those fans are often following that player. They're excited about the team and they'll show support for that team when they're there. But if they have an opportunity to follow that player, that's huge. That's a big asset. You racers, you athletes in the room, you guys are a huge asset to these brands. And so unlocking that and maximizing that as part of unlocking fan growth is really, really important. But these fans, these passionate, these excited fans, they are stuck in a vicious cycle. We talk about this in the Women's Sports Club a bit. We talk about this in the report as well. Our partners at Ally talk about it too. This vicious cycle where, look, the networks, they're not looking to invest, okay? You're not getting a lot of reach. You're not getting enough eyeballs to your event. There's a perceived lack of fan interest. No one cares. All right, no, we won't put any money into it. So then the advertisers say, well, I'm not gonna put my money on this. I'm not gonna try to grow this on my dime. I don't wanna take on that responsibility. So they say, okay, well then the inventory value is lowered. All right, well then that leaves us with, again, low network interest, which lowers league media valuation rights. And then ultimately it makes the experience, right, for the fans who want, again, they want that world-class experience. You're gonna hear me say that a bunch. They want that experience. They wanna engage with these world-class athletes. The athletes are delivering this phenomenal product, but we're struggling to really make those things meet. This is the vicious cycle. So how do we break it, right? Again, we're data nerds. We are solutions-oriented. We had to find a way, we had to find a target to be able to get in there and actually make a difference, to blow this vicious cycle up. So 3 key barriers that we identified, again in the report, are reach, experience, and discoverability. So reach, the ability to get eyeballs to my event. If I'm a fan, how do I get my eyeballs to your race? How do I get there and actually engage via streaming platforms and linear television, whatever, eyeballs into the space. Experience, I want to show up, right? Butts and seats, butts and seats. I feel like we hear this a lot in the sports industry. But women's sports fans, they want to put their butts in your seats. They want to be there, right? I want to go to a game. I want to go to a race. I want to be involved. But the key barrier that cuts across both of them is this issue of discoverability. So again, I'll get back to this a little bit in a minute, but the idea that like you don't really have the privilege of being a casual women's sports fan, right? I've came down here and I feel like I engage with men's sports on the plane, in the taxi, on the radio, in the hotel room. Like there was pictures in the hotel this morning. Like I could not avoid it, right? Even if I wanted to, which I don't, but you can't, right? You just bump into it everywhere you go. But with women's sports, I got to seek it out. I got to go follow them on social media. I have to go get the OTT platforms that are going to be able to stream this. I got to go make sure I've got the cable subscriptions that are now, coming in. You have to take so many steps to be able to be a fan that it leaves a lot of people out in the way that men's sports get to kind of benefit from this casual fan. They get to, basically maximize people who might not be the most passionate but are still coming to the space and spending money. So I want to take you through each of the, so many little animations here, there you go. I want to take you through each of the barriers with a sort of brand assumption that we worked off of, some solutions that we pushed toward, and then the ROI that we see in the space, and then a couple of case studies, right? So where is this actually working in the market? This isn't just words on paper. There are real brands and real properties who are making real deals, pushing real money, supporting real athletes, and getting real fans there, right? This is the magic that is real, which is exciting. So again, reach. Well, there's not enough eyeballs to justify my spend. Now, I'm not going to do it. Okay, well, how do we get more eyeballs there? Can we support better time slots? Can brands come in and invest in supporting better time slots for these events, for the races, for the games, right? For whatever the engagement is, can we make sure that we can get people's eyes there? Can we make more original content? Saturday morning, I wake up and I've got 8 hours of football before I have another 9 hours of football, right? And that's cool content. It's really awesome. I get to learn about the athletes. I get to understand who they are. Like, that's great. But where do we see that in women's sports? And where are we growing that in women's sports? And so as brands, right, we can look and say, identify, hey, who is making those moves? And how can I help expand that? How can I help grow that to increase reach? And just overall better media packaging is another thing. And again, for us at Sports Innovation Lab, we think that OTT, right, these streaming platforms, those are the future in a lot of ways. Of reach. So it's working together with linear, but also creating more opportunities, consolidating some of those OTT opportunities so that we can actually reach more eyeballs through better discoverability. And again, we'll get there. A really good example of this is State Farm was the presenting partner of Friday Night Spotlight with the WNBA. And this, they put it on to primetime, they put it onto a better opportunity for folks to actually engage with the game. They saw 6 million first-time new viewers to ION. Huge. Like, that's super exciting. We can be excited about that. That's a great indicator that, like, if you build it, if you give them the opportunity, like, we'll come, we'll show up. And WNBA viewership was up over 20% year over year as well, which again, if much of the industry is holding flat and we're seeing that kind of growth just by giving people the opportunity to get their eyes there, that's super important. Again, Google sponsored some positions, paid positions at The Athletic, to actually increase the number of reporters who are reporting in this space, who are content creators, who are creating content in this space. So again, you're expanding and you're enhancing your ability to reach your existing fans, your growing fans, and actually get engagement with them. And they saw that, right? Higher comments, higher subscription, more likely to subscribe than just the general population. And so we're pulling that data, again, from that fans of women's sports group. People who are spending money, when they see that you're showing up and you're sponsoring that space, boom, they're there, they're engaging. The next is experience, right? If it's an empty arena, an empty stadium, whatever, right? It's gonna think, well, people don't care. That's kind of the assumption. People aren't interested in this. They don't wanna show up, that's what it is. But when we looked a little bit deeper, when we dug a little bit deeper, listen, it's really hard to find tickets to a lot of these events. It's hard to identify where some of these events are. It's hard to identify what day and what time and how do I get there and whatever, right? And if you look at this, we looked at this in a couple of WNBA and NBA markets, shared markets. And the search bar, basically when you look at Google, the top line search bar, was likelier to show WNBA tickets in like 9 of the markets across the entire league because people are looking, they're searching, they're trying to find it, but they can't get there that easily. And then once they're there, you gotta improve the in-person experience, right? It can't just be a second thought and an owner's just kind of like letting it fall by the wayside or whatever it is, right? Fans have to show up, and again, they deserve the world-class experience that matches the world-class performances of the athletes on the track, on the field, right? In the arena, on the court, whatever the venue is and whatever the sport is, we're seeing this across the industry where we really, really need to make sure that those experiences are solid. And women's sports fans, they want to show up. So on average, they went to 3 more live events per year than just the general sport fan. And 53% of them paid for ticketed events compared to 38% of men's sports fans. So like they're willing to spend money and they're willing to come. But that means you have to actually meet the desire, meet the expectation to give them that experience. And I'm running out of time, so I gotta get going here. So another good case study for this was Rolex. They sponsored men's and women's equally on the tennis tour, and they saw we found that women's sports fans were 9 times more likely to engage with Rolex after that kind of support. So again, if you are engaging in this space, brands, they want to reward you. And the last one, like I said, discoverability. It's hard to be a casual women's sports fan. You can't find it, and if you do, you're probably paying for multiple OTT networks. You're having to do all this work to get into that space. So we really need to work towards consolidation, cut down on linear fragmentation, and a good example of this is World Surf League, right? So they have both men's and women's surfers competing across the circuit, and instead of broadcasting them at different times, they said this is when the Open is happening. You don't know whether you're tuning in to a man or a woman who's surfing that day. You just are watching World Surf League, and boom, they increased their viewership for women's sports for their women's circuit by over 41%. So again, any of these investment profiles, if you could see at the top, right, there was an investment profile associated with each of those ways that those brands got involved and made an investment, can connect to try to combat any one of those barriers. You can sort of mix and match them in any way, whatever makes the most sense for your organization. And so I want to bring this back home, right? We're talking a lot about the women's sports industry, which you are all a part of, and so I think as an industry trend, that's super important, but something that's exciting, and maybe, will again, spark some conversation over lunch. We'll be looking at some data around the women's sports fans in spending in racing. So if you look at fans of women's sports who have spent in racing, so they have spent money in your industry, there's a couple of key categories that stand out where they spend more. They over-index than just the general sports population. Alcohol, auto sales, personal finance, air travel. If you're a brand and you are a part of one of those categories and you are sort of involved or you're looking to expand or whatever, this should be really telling and really exciting for you, again, to go look at expanding your investment or getting involved in the first place or potentially, working up a deal where you can really change the industry overall. And again, they spend more often. So not only are they spending more, but when they do, they're spending more frequently. And so we're seeing that again, fast casual, fast food, right? Quick service restaurants, that entire category, hotels and lodging, and gas. So relevant, right, to this industry. I think there's a there, right? There's an opportunity for brands to get involved. And so, like I said, the QR code's here. I invite everybody to, how often you get to pull your phone out in the middle of a presentation, but pull your phone out, scan the QR code, get the report, help us join the club, help us make deals, help us really push the industry forward. And like I said, women's sports fans, right? Fans of women's sports, especially those who spend on racing. They're an incredible vehicle to drive additional ROI to your brand. Right? You just have to take the step. You have to make the investment. It's a smart business move. It's not just the heart, but you get to benefit from that anyway. I get it. You're probably like, it's all good things, right? Like, I understand there's some reality in that, and that's why we bring the data in, and that's why we want to back it with that. I know Allie has a lot more data very specific to this industry, but I hope this kind of gives you an understanding of the general trend of the industry at large, the way that it's moving, the growth potential that exists there, and the opportunity as brands, as marketers, media agencies, whoever you represent within the market, get involved and help really drive investment into women's sports and drive ROI both to the athletes and the fans, and most importantly to yourselves too. So appreciate you, and I'm going to hand it over to Allie to really dive further into women's sports data. I think we just have to switch over to hers.
Okay. Does it just come up? Great.
There we go.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me. My colleague Kate and I flew here from London on Saturday, and we have been completely and totally blown away by the massive sense of community that you guys have built here. So thank you so much to Cindy for asking us. We've discovered, as all of you had before us, that when Cindy asks you to do something, you say yes. So we got on a long plane ride to get here. So thank you to Cindy, to Lynn, and to Beth for building this amazing community. There's nothing like this in our part of the world where people come together to talk about women in motorsport, and we've just been incredibly inspired. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about, if I can work the clicker, why does data matter to women in motorsport? And some of this is very obvious. So from the first piece of research that we did last year, we discovered that there was very limited data around participation of women in this sport. I joined motorsport as a newbie, rookie, in March this year. I'd worked with and around other sports for a long time, including rugby. Other sports, I mean, Lynn talked yesterday about making sure that women in motorsport are part of the women's sports conversation. Well, we are a little bit behind in some respects, because if you go and speak to other sports, they can tell you immediately how many women and girls are competing in their sport, in what formats, where there are hotspots, where things aren't going well. That doesn't exist in this sport. Nobody could tell me when I joined how many women and girls are driving, whether it's two-wheeled or four-wheeled. And I found this to be a real surprise. And actually, I think it shortchanges the sport a little bit, because the growth narrative that we could be having, because we know the sport is growing for women and girls, we can't use. We can't sell it to investors that, like Morgan talked about there, we can't really big up the trajectory of the sport. It's not all bad news, because we are in good dialogue with the FIA, based in Geneva, to talk to them about finding a way to gather data so that we aren't deprived of that narrative. And I think the other thing it told me as a newcomer is it did sort of tell you where the priorities in the sport lie. You know, nobody had even thought to try and pull this data together. The second is performance. I think when we talk about data in sport, instinctively we all start thinking we're talking about performance data. And there's lots of performance data in motorsport, you know, from the cars and the athletes. But actually, when we started looking at our piece of research last year into women in motorsport, we did notice a performance deficit as women started to climb the ranks in motorsport, and it gave us a clue that actually there's something to be looked into here, and we're still being underserved a little bit by just not having that around us. But I think, you know, it goes without saying that performance data, absolutely key to helping athletes to, you know, get the best out of their ability. But I think too, even more important in a male-dominated sport where there are other barriers along the way for female drivers to really have our head around performance data. The third is investment. So Morgan's talked so articulately and eloquently just now about the opportunity in women's sport more broadly to bring investment in. We've also heard, I think, really quite inspirationally from female drivers this weekend who I think really put your kind of athletic prowess into perspective. You know, I was worried about tripping over walking around the stage, and they're going around tracks at 100 miles an hour. But I think they've all talked very well about just how hard it is to bring investment just for them as drivers, but equally wider into the sport. But I think the stat that really stuck with me that you presented just now is not the 9%, which is rubbish, but the 8 or 6% of brands who intend next year to invest in women's sports. So there is a massive opportunity, I think, that we're not quite tapping into just yet, even though it is incredibly difficult. And then finally, data is really important to grow fan base. This is obvious to anyone. There's lots of marketers here who I'm sure will tell you that they know quite a lot about their fan base, but we are really trying more than equal to interrogate the views of female fans, because in particular, we're focused on Formula One. Formula One themselves will tell you that almost 40% of their fan base are now female. And partly this is referred to in Europe as this kind of drive to survive effect, you know, lots of young female fans coming into the sport. And what we found when we asked them what they thought about the sport, they had very different views and very different expectations of motorsport than the more traditional kind of older male fan base. And what we would say when we go and present this research to people is, You need to understand this because this is not a locked-in fan base. This is a fan base with multiple competing sports and activities that they could be turning their attention to. So those are the 4 reasons why as to why we think data is important for women in motorsport. And I just put storytelling underneath. So I'm a former journalist. I know there are other journalists and broadcasters in the room. You know, to tell stories about a sport which doesn't have mainstream coverage, doesn't have the visibility of others, data can be incredibly powerful. So if we can get a bit better at those 4 areas, I think we'll be able to tell much better stories about this sport. So just 1 minute on who we are. So we've got an incredibly ambitious goal, as you can see on the screen here, to find and develop the first female Formula One world champion. There hasn't been a female competitor in Formula One for almost 50 years. So this is a very ambitious goal. I think it's important to say that yesterday a few people said, you know, it's not about finding one. We completely agree with that. But we think, as Kate said yesterday, the first is really important. And we're actually going to be investing in a lot of young drivers over the next decade. But we want to help the first to get there. And one of the reasons is that we genuinely believe that a woman on the podium in Formula One, which is, you know, in our part of the world, certainly the elite end of the sport, can carve a path to the top for many. And it's you know, nothing has worked in the last 50 years in changing the narrative there, so we're trying to do something different. I'll also use an example from home, from Ireland. So Rachel Blackmore, who I'm not sure if people will have heard of her, but she's a very famous Irish jockey. And she competes in a mixed gender sport, just like the sport that we're all involved in. And forever, you know, the 182 years, the Grand National, which is the Formula One kind of race of horse racing, people said a woman will never win that. She will never be able to handle the horse. She'll never be fast enough. She'll never have the tactical ability to go over the jumps. All of this sounds really familiar, right? Well, she won the Grand National after 182 years, a couple of years ago. And in that victory, just killed dead the arguments that were being made before them, because nobody could make those arguments anymore. Because she won pretty well. She didn't just win, you know, by a little. She won pretty well. So that sports narrative has changed completely to not from, you know, is a woman capable of doing this? And it's now, where are all the other women? And that's what we want to try and help create for motorsport. So how are we doing it? Just quickly. I mean, essentially, data and facts and insight are underpinning the whole program that we're building right now. We are building a talent ID system to find the most high potential young female drivers around the world. They're going to be aged 10 to 16. Data, obviously, key to that. It's a very small pool of talent, and you can't really assess talent without having some data behind it. And then we're building a driver development program, which we'll launch next spring, where we're going to invest in that high potential talent in a way that we think hasn't been done at scale before, where the training they will receive will not just be age appropriate, but gender appropriate. So presumably a lot of the drivers here will know that, you know, training as a teenage girl is different to training as a teenage boy, and the way in which you are training and the way in which you must kind of, you know, work your body is different. And it's been really exciting for us to talk to some female sports scientists here and in Europe about how you would do that. And none of that's going to happen with facts and data, so we really care about this. This is who we are in our top team, but we're building a great team back in London. Some of you will know David Coulthard, so he's a former F1 driver, cares very passionately about women in motorsport, was part of the W Series, which sadly didn't last. Carol, our other founder, you know, very successful Czech entrepreneur who cares about the sport. Myself and Kate, you've met, and Karen, our chair, who's worked in other sports. We've deliberately tried to bring people into our team who've worked in other sports, particularly with women. So what have we actually done ourselves on data? So last year we invested, early this year, in what we believe to be the most comprehensive piece of research ever into women's participation in motorsport, divided into 4 pillars. One was this global data scrape, so trying to answer my questions. Where are all the female drivers? How are they performing? How many of them are there? Questions I presumed I would get answers to immediately and couldn't. We did 70 interviews with, you know, people who work in motorsport, particularly focusing on female drivers. And we had a huge global survey, which maybe some of you took part in, with 13,000 people responding, 30% female. And then some desktop analysis. How are other sports doing this, particularly looking at mixed gender sports, so sailing, horse racing? What have they done that has worked? Now I'm going to try and play a video that summarizes the research. No? Let's try this. Don't know how to play the video. Doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't work, I'll move on, don't worry. There we go. Super.
A lot of people have asked why there are no women racing in Formula One, but nobody's yet found out why. More Than Equal has been asking this exact question. We want to find F1's first female world champion. But first we need cold, hard facts to turn that vision into reality. So this report represents the first step in addressing this challenge. It is the most comprehensive research ever undertaken into women's participation in motorsport, and it paves the way forward for real change. Success in elite motorsport is incredibly difficult, and we're not trying to make this easier for women, we just want it to be equally difficult. This research helps us take the first step in making this happen.
Great. You can find our report on morethanequal.com. I'm just going to spend 1 minute on each of the kind of key findings here and try and make it as useful as possible to people who are here. So the first thing, so one of the things I really love about coming to the US genuinely is how optimistic everyone is here. I've said this to Kate like several times this weekend. You're so much more optimistic than us about everything. And you can't help but feel sort of, you kind of get carried along on the wave of optimism. But I am going to insert a little bit of European kind of pessimism into the start of this and say that the first thing that we found is a significant, what we call a gender performance and participation gap. So participation I've already mentioned. So when I asked how many, what percentage of motorsports participation are women and girls, and people couldn't answer you. Well, people did answer you, but they made the answer up. So some people would say, I think it's 2%, I think it's 15%. What we found is that it's just under 10% of all participation in motorsport. And I said, God, that's awful, that's so terrible, that's so low. And people who've been in the sport for a long time said, that's actually way more than I was expecting you to say. So I think we still have a bit of work to do to try and drive that up. And one of the reasons we really want to work with the FIA so that they can encourage all the global bodies connected to them to really drive women and girls participation programs. We also found a gender performance gap. So as the female talent that we do have climbed through the ranks, we found that they weren't kind of reaching the top end of motorsport, unsurprisingly, at the same rate as boys or men. And actually just 4% of all the top talent rankings are made up of female drivers, which told us that something is happening along the journey of a female driver that stops her from reaching the top. Some of them will be obvious to you, some of them maybe not, and we need to delve a bit more into that. We also found positively that there is a lot of belief that women will be driving in Formula One in the future, which I think in a little way is surprising. So if you're an outsider to this sport, you have a quite unfair view, I think, that it's just quite old school and it's very traditional and nobody really buys into the vision. And actually 80% of all fans of motorsport told us that they do think in the next 10 years a woman will be racing in Formula One and winning races at the same time. So that obviously it was higher amongst female, but that gave us a good pep in our step. We also found a range of barriers that stop women from progressing. These are, like I say, some of these are obvious. So cost, for example, is one, but everyone who drives will say, well, it's expensive for all of us, whether you're male or female. But when we delved into it a bit more, we did find that backers, teams, sponsors are they were quite less likely to take a chance on a female driver because actually there is no kind of path, there is no precedent for somebody busting into the very top end of the sport, certainly in Europe. So it's a risk, and we haven't quite persuaded them that it's a risk worth taking. There are other barriers, lack of female role models, which we've heard so much about this weekend, lack of visibility. We also found that women drop out much quicker. So a female career as a driver across all formats is 1 to 5 years. It's 12 years for men. So clearly over the period of time, they're not getting enough track time and it becomes very difficult to compete. There was also not a lot of support, actually, for gender-specific series, and what I mean is all-female racer series. So when we did the research, at the time, the W Series was still just about alive, and Formula One Academy was kind of still a little bit in the distance. And it would be interesting to ask again, but less than 1 in 5 fans think that it's a good idea to have women racing by themselves. And I think, from our perspective, we do think to reach the top, you're going to have to race against men as much as you can through your career, but if there is a gender-specific series, on your pathway, then maybe that's okay if it's explained properly that it's just one part of that journey. We heard this already, but there are massive commercial opportunities here if we can get this right, particularly because female fans told us that they would watch more motorsport, they would attend more races, and they would be more invested in the sport as a whole if there were more female drivers. And from our perspective, that's great, because what we want to see are more female drivers at the top end of the sport. So if we can persuade the sports decision makers, this is a really good thing for your business, then we're all onto a winner, I think. A culture that's not inclusive enough, I think actually here it has felt, as I say, much more optimistic and better than some of the experience that we are told about in our part of the world, where women often do feel extremely isolated, and they have, heard sexist comments or very offhand, sort of ignorant things. One of the quotes I use a lot, which was it's by a US author called Terence Lister, who was absolutely not talking about sport, but I think it's relevant. He says, "Everybody is welcome" is vastly different to "we built this with you in mind." And I think I try and say that a lot to remind people that actually this sport was developed, built, and kind of made for men originally, and we are kind of coming in and being in this space now, and actually there are some adjustments we're going to have to make sure it feels more inclusive right from the get-go. There are a lot of views about who should be driving change. Although this was a global survey, I think there was the strong sense from the European side that the FIA, who are the international federation who look after our sport, 70% of people think that it's their role to really try and make change when it comes to women and girls. But there was also a kind of sense that everyone knew you had to come together. A multi-agency approach was required, but we've been able to take that data to them and say, hey, let's work with us so we can help you to do more. I mentioned this growing young female fan base with high expectations. I mean, this fan base gives me so much confidence for the future, because they demand more and they want more, and they won't stick with something if they think it's not really giving them what they need. And what they're saying is, we want to see more female drivers, and we'll reward you if we do that. They're quite dissatisfied actually with how the sport is doing on gender equity, and particularly on the female driving side. And here, I think more broadly, not just female fans, there is this deep dissatisfaction emerging from the whole fan base in terms of what we call ED&I, what I think you call DEI, same thing. Our expectations versus reality, well, those aren't being met at all. And in fact, there's a very stark chart in the report which shows we listed 21 sports, and we said, where do you think motorsport ranks in terms of driving ED&I change? And it came 20th out of 21. Which is really not a good thing if you're running the sport. We also asked about, American football, by the way, came last. We also asked about which stakeholders do you think are doing well? And the only stakeholder, we gave them a whole list of regulators, teams, series, etc. from around the world. The only stakeholder, interestingly, that was deemed to be in line with expectations was IndyCar, which I think is interesting, and we had a really good conversation. There's lots of them here. We had a really good conversation with IndyCar after we did this, and really tried to understand, what are you doing that other series could learn from, and can you go and work with them and tell them? And finally, I mentioned earlier, very poor data on participation globally. And I keep coming back to that because it, to me, is just shocking that we can't tell people about the growth in our sport. We don't know where we're starting from. And actually, it deprives you the ability to walk into rooms and say, do you want to invest in one of the fastest growing parts of motorsport? I'm not entirely sure we could have said that before we did this research, because we just didn't know. And when I've worked in rugby, and women's rugby is a huge passion of mine. I played it for a long time. And I coached, and I write about it. I know exactly, I live in England, I'm Irish, but I know exactly in those two countries how many girls are playing and what they are doing. And what it also is not allowing us to do is to learn from each other. So one of the speakers yesterday I was so interested in speaking to today again was Sarah Walker from the NHRA, who talked to us about her junior street series being 50-50, boys and girls. I mean, there's so much to learn from parts of the sport who are doing this better than others, or who are, she talked to us this morning about why that might be, and it might be that when it started, it was 50-50 from the get-go. There was no change kind of required. That was the trajectory it was set on, and I just thought that was really interesting. I'd never even heard of this particular series league before, but if we know a bit more about participation, so maybe one bit of the sport's doing an amazing job, and maybe everybody else could learn from it, but I don't know, because I haven't found out. And then finally, just what did we learn about US fans? Actually, although this is a global sample, you should just remember that it wasn't entirely US, but we found that the fans who took part in our survey were significantly older and more male than the global sample, which is obviously not reflected in this room, but interesting. Maybe there's a longer history and heritage of certain series, like NASCAR, for example, than there are in Europe, so that was interesting to us. TV, just a huge driver of content for US fans. And I think just generally the stronger support for head-to-head competition and more negativity about single gender series. And back to the optimism. You are so much more optimistic than the rest of us. I think we should just come here if I feel sad or down, and I will leave feeling happy and upbeat about the future of sport. But you are more optimistic about female participation and future success in Formula One than the global sample. And I don't know why that is. Perhaps I think we often look to the US and women's sport generally and say, wow, they're doing such amazing things, whether it's the WNBA or it's women's football or soccer and others. So I think we could just keep talking to each other. And Kate and I certainly, my bag is full of business cards, and I certainly intend to follow up and have lots of conversations about what we can learn from what's happening here. And then just what does all of this kind of slightly depressing picture that I've just painted about poor data in the sport tell us about what we're missing out on? So I've touched on all of these already, but we are, I think, lack of data on the 4 things I mentioned at the start: participation, performance, investment, and fans means it's difficult to engage your fan base. If you don't exactly know what the actual full picture of the product is, or you're not really sure what they want, particularly this new young female fan base, how are you going to keep them? How are we going to keep growing that if you don't interrogate their views and then in turn give them what they want? We will struggle to grow female participation. One of the projects I've been so most proud to work on in my career was in my last job at Sport England. So we had this campaign called This Girl Can. You should look it up. It's an amazing kind of female empowerment campaign to get more women and girls active in whatever sport it was. And the whole thing was based on data. We went and we spent years, the team before I came, spent a really long time asking women, why aren't you exercising? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And the whole, the summary of that was that women feared being judged. And they didn't like going to the gym, or they didn't like running. People could see them because they felt they weren't good enough, or they weren't fast enough, or they didn't look right. And the whole campaign was based around that one kind of piece of insight. And it's a hugely, and we were able to grow female activity in England a significant amount in the period of the time of the campaign, but that's because we asked questions and we based our work and our campaigns and our strategy around the answers. Now, obviously that sounds simple. That's what marketeers do all the time, but we're not doing it in motorsport in a way that will get more women and girls active. I really want to see lots of competition amongst the countries who are active in motorsport about, how many women and girls have taken up their sport this year, how many women and girls are competing here, there, and other. That would be great, right? Like to have everybody say, we've done this is what worked for us, what would work for you? What can Sarah tell us about what they're doing right and how can we copy it? Increasing revenues, well, obviously, I think, we touched on investment quite a bit already. The more data we have, you can't rely on women in women's sport anymore to walk into a room and say, this is the right thing to do, this is like a worthy investment. I think those days are kind of over. You have to effectively be in the room saying, these are the commercials, these are the facts, and this is the data, and this is why you should get involved. Without that, it's just very hard. Like, there are probably lots of people here who work trying to bring investment into this sport. It's so hard. It's so hard. People are very well-meaning, but actually getting brands to part with cash for women in sport is really, really difficult. And you're not going to do that unless you have good facts, good insight, good trajectory of the sport, and good data. And finally, to help women drivers improve. So I mentioned at the top that we're building this driver program, which is age appropriate and gender appropriate. We are going to use all of what we are learning in that program to keep improving it. So every year we'll have a cohort of drivers. Some will be the same and stay with us, and some will swap around. But it will get better every year because we're going to learn about how can you train 12, 13, 14-year-old girls to be future champions at this age? What do you do? What did we do last year that didn't work? What do we do next year that will work? And lastly, there's a lot of reading on the slide, so I won't do that, but I don't want to just stand up here and say, here are all the things that should be better. We are actually coming up with some solutions to try and help make some change. So data collection, we're working with the FIA already, and hopefully we'll be able to do more in this space. We are committed absolutely to continuing to commission research. This was not a one-off piece of research for us. We've just hired an amazing woman in the UK to head up our research team. And we want to look at lots of areas like, how much does it actually cost starting as an 8-year-old to get to the top? Because this is another thing no one can tell you. Everybody gives you a slightly different answer. What does it cost? How can we make it more accessible and cheaper? Are there gender design biases in equipment? Are the cars, are the tools, are they not right for female bodies? Is power steering or the lack of it in some series a real impediment for them? We don't know because we haven't done research. It's all anecdote-based, so we'll continue to do that. And then I think generally it's just about getting the sport together to say, let's try and have a kind of consistent, aligned narrative which helps us to encourage investment. So we're all speaking off the same hymn sheet here. We're all talking about the growth trajectory in this part of the sport. And also we start to become, as Lynn said yesterday, a much more interwoven part of the kind of women in sport landscape. I don't know what it is like here, but in England or in Europe, women in motorsport is not an integral part of the women in sport conversation. And I go to countless events, conferences, networking events for women in sport in the UK, and there is never anyone in that room representing motorsport. And I don't know why that is. It's just been very kind of isolated. And we need to try and change that because, they're all doing great things to try and drive investment into their sport, but we're not part of that conversation yet, certainly where we are. And then lastly, just kind of continuing to invest in understanding what people want and using all that insight to bring data into the sport. What will we do? Well, we're going to continue to invest in data, research, and evidence. I think the This Girl Can campaign experience taught me that there really is no point in spending loads of money on an idea if it isn't backed up or actually developed on the back of sound knowledge. It's amazing how often that happens in sport. Someone just has a good idea in a governing body or whatever, and you go and do it, but it's not really based on anything other than hunch or anecdote. And that's it. This is where you can find us on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and others. And if you're in the room and you're interested in getting involved or talking to us some more, please do. I hope we can come back next year because we've had such a fun time. We found a bar tonight that we're told has the best espresso martinis around. So given I haven't slept for a whole 4 days, I might as well have coffee tonight. So thank you so much again for having us. Thank you to Beth, Cindy, and Lynn. It's been great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks.
So who has enjoyed themselves in Phoenix these 2 days? Who would like to do this again? All right. Well, with that and a very special announcement, please welcome to the stage Cindy Sisson, Lynn St. James, in representation of Phoenix Raceway, Julie Geese, and from Penske Entertainment, Kristen Whedon.
So. Here you guys are. Can you hear me now? Hi, I'm back. So this is my favorite part, to talk about the future, right? And this has become a tradition now. This is the passing of the torch. Think about the Olympics. And we're waving the flag and we're going to pass the torch. So let's get started. Julie, please pass the torch to Kristen.
So cool. Well, what does that represent, Cindy?
What does that represent?
Yeah, so what this means is, where are we going to be in 2024? Where are we going to be in 2024? We're going to be in Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Right there.
I think we have a short video from our president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, my buddy Doug Bowles.
Hello, everyone at the Women with Drive Summit. I'm Doug Bowles, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So sorry I couldn't join you this week for what I know is going to be an amazing summit. But I'm really excited to welcome you all here next year at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for women in motorsports North America when the summit comes right here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Our pagoda, our pavilion is going to be your home for next year's summit. Looking so forward to having so many of you here next year. You know, we're really fortunate in our sport. We have so many great leaders who are women who continue to lead in our sports space, continue to make motorsports better, continue to make the customer experience for our fans better, continue to make all of us in this sport better. Have a great summit this week. We look forward to seeing you right here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2024.
Woo! If nothing, one of the things, if you want to do, go to Facebook and friend Doug Bowles, because he does these videos all over. It's just so entertaining, you know, to watch Doug do a video. He's under a tunnel. He's in the whatever.
He's everywhere. He's
everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere, and he loves it. Yeah. Well, can I just say a couple of things really quickly? So funny thing, Doug and I talked about this very moment, but we had a miscommunication about what I'd be receiving while I was up here. Funny thing. So I think I'm coming to accept an award on behalf of IMS or whatever. And so when I learned that what I'm accepting is the torch, like many of you leader, task-oriented women maybe in the audience who, you know, we are doers, we are producers, we are always thinking about how to execute something. So when I hear this, I'm immediately flooded with like, oh my gosh, how are we doing it? How is it? What's the execution? When are we doing, like all the things. But I'll tell you what, being here the last day and a half has created such an excitement in me. And I think the best thing to have been a part of this, myself and two of my colleagues, but actually more, I've learned of more colleagues I have on the IndyCar side. I think it was incredible for us to be here over the last 2 days because, I mean, I think we're just gonna bring back this exciting energy and be able to create a wonderful, I mean, we've got big shoes to fill in terms of what we experienced here. I'm sad that Latasha and I's schedule didn't work out, that she couldn't be here. She's an incredible leader. If you haven't met her, you're missing out. She's a treat. One of my most favorite things is to meet leaders, particularly women leaders in high places, if you will, who are very kind and authentic. And she is all those things and a badass, and has been incredibly gracious to us at IMS. Quick shout out to someone on her team, Cheryl, who I think is over there. She was my personal shero on Sunday, so I just wanted to give you a quick shout out. But I say all those things to say we have been paying attention over the last 2 days, and we are going to show up and show out. And we are super excited to host. If you've never been to Indianapolis, if you've never been to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's an incredibly historic space with infectious energy and just all around good vibes, and it'll be a great time. So we're super excited. We appreciate the honor. I take this and I understand the assignment. So we are gonna get it done. Thank
Julie,
you.
would you like to give her any advice?
Well, last year about this time, I said yes to hosting this event at Phoenix Raceway, and then I moved to Chicago. Just on behalf of Latasha, just thank you all for being here. Thank you for being here in the barn. Thank you, both of you and all of you, for trusting Phoenix Raceway with this amazing event. This was my first time attending as well, and definitely we'll see you all in Indianapolis next year, and just as we continue to grow this. So just appreciate everybody making the time to be here, enjoying the barn, Phoenix Raceway, those of you that were here for NASCAR Championship Weekend, and look forward to what's ahead at Indianapolis.
Absolutely, we're super excited. So look forward to seeing you all there. Bring a friend.
I just want to thank you, Julie, and also the entire staff at Phoenix Raceway for hosting us this year. Latasha, who I hope will come back before the end of the day. But it is real. I mean, this is not really my home track, but I have been here for a long time. And the transformation that occurred and the support and your immediate. I remember it was actually on the call that we were talking about it, and I'm like, well, we're trying to figure out where we're going to do this, you know, in 2023. And she goes, I'm inviting you. You're coming here. I mean, you just immediately offered that, So we had the same reception with Doug and going to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So obviously, I'm going to be really excited to be back there next year and be able to host you. But thank you for everything that you've done here. It's just been, and your staff, the staff here has done.
And huge thanks to the team at Phoenix Raceway. I mean, they just put on NASCAR Championship weekend and turned the facility for this event, and also our partners at Levy. So just thanks to all of them for their hard work.
So I'm going to go on record. I'm going to be really bold. Our first summit, we had 110 people. Our second summit, 330 people. Guests. This summit, we targeted 450. I got scared, and I said, we're never going to get to 450. So I backed up, and I said, maybe 350. We sold out at 450. I'm not good at math, but I'm going to put it into the universe now. Let's go for 800 next year. But all I ask is this. If you are going to come, please don't wait till the day before, because you are not going to get in. That was my biggest beef this year, is people would sign up a week before or a day before and expecting, oh, I'm coming. No, you're not. You better, when we say you sign up, you commit. We got a lot of things like food counts and goodie bags and all that kind of stuff. That was the biggest stress of this summit, is people waiting to the very end to sign up. So please, if you're going to come, sign up early. We do provide discounts. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, the dates.
Well, they're not confirmed. I mean, well, it's not confirmed. Wait, it'll be in December.
Yeah, it'll be in December.
Yeah. So that it's at the end of the race season, not around a race weekend. But
it's all good. So when you get back from lunch, you're going to have these postcards on your desk or your table from Mobile One. And the ask is, they're actually postcards. You write a letter to somebody you want to come next year, and you send them to them. Okay? Thank you, Michelle, the gift that keeps on giving. So when you get back, and I also want to say, I know some of you have to leave early, but you're going to miss out on the toolboxes we're giving away, the pillows we're giving away, some merchandise we're giving away. So if you can stay, that would be great, because we're going to be doing a lot of good stuff when we get back. Okay?
Hey, Cindy, if I could just say something in support of your encouraging the group to invite people out. One of the best parts maybe about doing this at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway next year is, I don't know how many of you know, but we tend to host about 350,000 people the month of May. So I think we can do 800. I think we'll be fine if we could pull out 800.
I just want to say, if there's a lot of these postcards, the other thing you could do is send a postcard to somebody that you want to say thank you to. Postcards are really nice instead of just emails. So anyway.
So last slide. Get your phones out. And you're going to go to menti.com and enter code 74659008. And in 3 words, what does WIMNA represent to you? So you might want to take a picture, but at lunch, before we get back, 74659008, okay? We're challenging you. We'll have a big surprise at the end.
So we have reached the lunch portion of the day. We talk about how impactful these 2 days have been. Now that you do have your cell phones in your hand, we've talked about social media, but this is the one that you're going to want to check out. If you haven't seen the posts from today, our photo from yesterday has been shared online on Facebook and Instagram. And when we discuss the why, you're going to look at that photo and just be blown away. So thank you all for being here, and thank you to Phoenix Raceway. What a celebration.